I'd like to welcome everybody out to the May 4th budget workshop. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All the council looked over the agenda. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the draft agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Public comments on agenda items. If anybody'd like to make a public comment, you're more than welcome to come up. All right. Next up, we'll go into budget. Streets, stormwater, infrastructure, sanitation, and environment. Matter, Public Works Department. On up, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
would you like to see the presentation first that kind of gives an overview of our revenues and expenditures? We'd like
Yes,
to see
sir.
that first before we get into the individual department presentations.
Okay.
Alan, if you could bring up that PowerPoint, please. Each of you should have a copy of that in front of you as well. Very good. So this chart indicates the revenues that the town has. And we'll just kind of take it, I guess, from the noon position there and work our way clockwise around this. So 4% of the revenue comes from special assessments, which is approximately $465,000. The bulk of our revenues at the 3 o'clock position, you'll see come from property taxes, which is about 39% of our revenue, which is about $4.9 million. The parking program, $240,000, which is about 2%. Miscellaneous revenues, $50,500. Now, miscellaneous revenues, at least you can help me here if I'm not right on this, but this could be things such as fees that are charged for various services, special events, the fingerprint services, things of that nature that we bring in throughout the year.
Would it be donations as well?
Donations being miscellaneous, or is there a separate?
There's a separate line for donations.
But that's less than 1% of our revenues come from miscellaneous revenues. Sales tax is accounts for about 17%, which is $2.1 million. Interest is about 2%, which is $225,000. Fund balance. The fund balance is also includes monies for inspections for a vehicle, because that money from inspections can only be used for things that happens in Carrie's department. So that essentially is $241,650. The remainder of that to bring us to the $286,650 would be from Carrie's department to purchase a vehicle that he's requested this year. The yellow there, right about the 9 o'clock position, is the county fire district fees, which is about $2.6 million, 21% of our revenues. Intergovernmental taxes and fees, as we continue to move clockwise, about 5% of our revenues at $666,000. Building permits, which is about 5%, $639,000. Service charges at $224,500, which takes us back around to the top of the pie chart, which is about 2% of the revenue that's brought into the town. Total amount of revenue projected is $12,476,470.
Mr. Claimer, to
Yes,
make sure I understand what you were saying, for the fund balance, the $286,650, not all of that is coming from fund balance. Some of that's coming from building and inspections. Is that to buy the vehicle? And the
Correct.
rest is coming from fund balance?
$241,650 would be fund balance.
Okay.
And we estimate too that it's not, I guess it's not a true dip into the fund balance, if you will. because we estimate upwards of $500,000 we're going to have as a carryover from this fiscal year.
So it's not dipping into our savings account.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for explaining.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions on general fund revenues before we go to the next slide?
One thing on the parking program, the 2% of the 240K, that's the revenue we're expecting to make this year, but that is also to offset what's already been paid into the parking program. So we are not back to neutral yet. We've not broke even yet on parking, correct?
We have not.
Okay.
And as we continue with the island parking and traffic study, we may have to have a conversation about some of the spots that are going to be need to be either removed or repurposed, which if we can't do that in-house, we're going to have to pay some money to get that done too. But that's still ongoing.
Correct. Yes. So we need to make sure that we put some money into doing that. So in the past, it's just been pulled out of general fund.
Sure.
So we need to make sure we fund some money to finish whatever needs to be done with parking based on the study. And I don't think what I've seen yet, we've done that. Just want to make clarity that it's really revenue to pay back what's been paid. So
I think once we have a better look at what we're going to have to do,
right.
and if they determine, I'm just going to throw a small number out, if they say 10 spots need to be removed or repurposed, then I think staff needs to go back and look at what do we do with those 10 spots? Do we just pull them out altogether? Do we make them into emergency vehicle parking or parking for authorized vehicles? Or do we put a bike rack in there? Do we put a planter in there? What is the most cost efficient way to repurpose those versus just saying, all right, let's pull them out and have to spend a bunch of taxpayer money? I think we can find a better way to make use of them. Any other questions on revenue? Important to note is restricted revenues. We talked about parking. So parking fees currently, the only thing that we can use those monies for is for the parking program. So the revenue that's generated there, again, as Councilwoman Bachelor mentioned, we're trying to pay ourselves back, if you will, for the costs that we've put into this program so far. Permit fees for Carrie's department for inspection, building and inspections can only be used for that department. And of course, fire fees can only be used in the fire department. So we can't take those monies and put them into general fund.
Chief Claymore, one thing on the revenues, as far as the accommodations tax, where are we showing that on here?
That's a separate fund.
Okay. Which is restricted as well, correct?
Correct.
Yes, it is. Tourism related activities. This chart shows our projected expenditures. And again, we'll start at the top, about the noon position, work our way clockwise. Administration is projected at 7% of the expenditure at $848,000. Now these figures, I should note, these include salaries, benefits, training, supplies, and everything that it would take in each department to have a fully functioning administration, finance, police, fire, so on. So when you see that number, it's not just a salary line. Next is finance, which is about 4% at $486,000. Environmental protection, 1%. Our expenditures at $162,400. Public buildings, 1.15, which is about 9% of our expenditures. Tiny little sliver of purple in there. I don't know if you can see that, but that's all of you. At less than 1% of our budget at $53,900. The next is the police, shown in red, which we should have been blue. I don't know why she made us red, but I won't. I won't argue it. It's fine. She did a great job with this presentation. Sydney built this for us. 3.3 is 27% of the expenditures for police. Next is another little tiny sliver of orange there around the 6 o'clock position for Parks and Rec, which is again less than 1% at $26,900. That would be Amy's department. Inspections carries department at 6%, about $756,000. Public Works at about the 7 o'clock position at 1.3 or 11% of our expenditures. Stormwater, 3% at $362,900. Sanitation, roughly $244 or 2% of our expenditures. Planning Department, $296,300 roughly 2%. And then about the 11 o'clock position, we'll finish this chart up with fire, which is 28% of our budget at 3.36 for a total fund expenditure estimate of 12.476,470, which matches our expected revenue of 12.476,470. Questions on expenditures before we move on?
It looks like the percentages for fire and police are maybe slightly off because police is 3,383,490 and fire is 3,360,270, and it's showing a higher percentage for fire than police.
I noticed that too.
So something's a little off in the calc. I know some of these numbers have been changing even as of this weekend. So that
And those
might have
usually
just not got
self-populate. So how that?
Yeah.
I don't know. How that happened.
Somehow didn't maybe recalculate.
I got a question for you. Where are we showing on here, like our payments for like, I know we owe money on a fire truck and stuff like that. Where are we seeing that as part of this budget?
Where would that be, Alicia, for expenditures? That wouldn't be in this pie chart.
It would be included in the fire department. It will be
Okay.
on page 8 of 19. It'll show your debt service payments.
Okay.
That's
And
tab
then-
J in your book.
Okay.
Would be where that
Okay.
would be.
Just making sure. All right.
Sure.
And then the Majestic Oak Park, that would be in public infrastructure. What tab that is.
Public infrastructure is tab G, as in George, in your book.
Okay.
And
Sir,
Alicia,
do you want to touch on those now, Mr.
No,
Arnold?
no,
Is there
no.
questions?
I'm just asking.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
looking at this and I'm just
Understand.
trying to figure where we're going to show that at. That's fine.
Perfect.
That's fine. We'll
Perfect.
get there.
can we clarify on the book with all the tabs in it? Should we really be using the spreadsheets that we were given Friday versus the ones that are in our notebook? Because they've changed, correct?
The notebook was made earlier in the week, and I believe the adjusted numbers that you have were the latest and the greatest numbers as of Friday afternoon.
Right.
And that's what I have in my book. I don't have the original. So I
Oh.
have, so my tabs may not align with yours, and you may
That's
not,
what I-
you
that's
may not
what I
have
was
tabs at
getting
all.
Because we almost,
Yeah.
I know we asked Alicia to put page numbers to make it easier. Because
then
the
that's-
tabs, when we kind of looked at stuff last week, it was,
Sure.
and it's changed some. Is why I was just making for clarity that we're using the newest with the page numbers. Is
I
that
have,
correct?
yeah, I have pages
Okay,
on mine
okay,
too. So
perfect.
I'll quit referring to it by
Perfect. Just making
tabs.
sure because I'm like I'm going off of this, not
Sure.
those.
My apologies.
No
We'll
worries.
start referring by page numbers.
Okay, thank you.
But those are those questions that you had are included in this.
Absolutely. Okay. That's
Okay.
fine. That's fine.
Perfect. All right. Any other questions on expenditures? All right. This next slide kind of gives you a brief history of salaries and benefits throughout the years from FY25 through the proposed FY27. And as you can see, the color codes there, the blue represents the 24-25, purple is 25-26, and then the green is proposed for FY27. So you can see how salaries have kind of taken an increase over the course of a 3-year period to the tune of about $1 million increase, which causes a ripple effect down the line for the various benefits that are offered to employees, from pensions, 401s to health insurance. And we estimated what was the number for health insurance increase this year? 5%?
5% starting in January.
We estimated a 5% increase for healthcare starting in January of 2027.
Does this number for health insurance, the 732,475, does that include every health care benefit for employees only? Or is it employees and their dependents? What does that number capture?
That number captures every full-time employee that opts into the program.
Okay.
And it includes 25% of spousal care.
Are we paying 25% now for spousal care?
We're paying 50% now.
Okay.
For dependent care, not just
For
spousal.
dependent care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So dependents and spouses, yeah, we're paying 50% now.
How did it come about we were going to make a 25% cut?
In order to budget some monies into other areas for projects expected going forward, such as streets, stormwater, and dredging, versus dipping into the fund balance. We talked about reducing the healthcare costs, which continue to rise.
Did anybody have a conversation about this on this day about that? I know I didn't. Okay.
So I'm sorry, what's your point? He took it out to,
Yeah. I mean, we had no discussion about taking out a 25% payment, reducing the employees' benefit by 25%.
It was discussed in closed session.
No, it wasn't.
yes, it was.
We only talked about, no, merit and COLA in closed session. We did not talk about it.
That's before you now, if you'd like to have further conversation about it now.
I'm not in favor of it. I'll say that right now.
The 25%, let me look at I've got some other figures
Mr. Arnold,
here.
I'm sorry, you're in favor of what?
No cuts. No cuts. We have not talked about this. It's not been on the radar, nothing, okay? We have not talked about this. I'm not in favor of any cuts to the employees' benefits. We should not, we're sitting on almost $11 million in our rainy day fund. We cannot transfer some money over to cover whatever this is.
It's $54,154 is all it saves.
Yeah.
Mr. Arnold, we do not have a rainy day fund. We have a fund balance that is supposed to cover cost should something catastrophic happen in our town. I think what Mr. Clamer was doing what we asked him to do in the closed session to reduce the benefits from 50% to 25%.
We never asked that in closed session.
We never agreed on that or in a consensus or a vote.
I don't
We just-
recall that either, to be honest.
It was asked for Ms. Chief Claymore to run the numbers to see what they were, and everybody agreed for him to run the numbers and bring them back.
Yeah, I don't think we said we were going to do it.
No, we didn't say we were going to do it. Run the numbers is what was said, to see where they would fall in the budget, because we were not in a balanced budget state, we knew.
Would you say what you said again?
I said the numbers were asked to be run, but there's been no kind of agreement on
No
anything.
agreement.
That's right.
Yeah, so what you see before you then is what was requested to have a reduction in the dependent care and changes to the step and an addition of 2.5% COLA, 2% merit. Step would be suspended because the costs of the step were basically unknowns when they were approved last year. So give departments the opportunity to rework that step program and bring it back to this council for a possible approval.
You said that 25% equals up to about 54,000. Is that correct?
Removing
Is
the
that what you said?
healthcare is only a savings of $54,000. Yes, sir.
And Chief Claymore, did these numbers for salaries and benefits include, what's the merit and COLA? Is merit and COLA included in these?
Yeah, the
And at
number-
what percentage?
Yes,
Because we
ma'am.
haven't seen,
The numbers that you
How about-
see in this chart here represent a 2.5% COLA and a 2% merit based on current salaries.
okay.
So should this budget in front of you be approved, then that's what we're looking at. Now, of course, you know, the merit is up to a 2%, so there could be some variable there for savings depending upon evaluations of employees. And employees that haven't been here for long would not be eligible for the merit.
Okay, is longevity in here at all?
Longevity is
So no
removed.
longevity or no step
No
are
longevity
included in these
and no
numbers?
step. Longevity is not included, which is a $71,000 savings.
Okay, and projected step was how much? If or the proposed step that wasn't funded is what?
Is it almost 142,000?
142. And that includes the training dollars too in that?
No.
Okay. Okay.
The
It
training
includes-
dollars were additional about $50,000 for the STEP program.
That were already spent.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. But it includes like the long-term disability, workman's comp, the
In
vision,
this
dental,
figure, it
all that
does.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just making sure what numbers.
Yes,
we're
ma'am. Yeah,
looking at.
that's a full picture of
Okay.
salaries and benefits proposed for FY27
Okay.
in green.
And then this total amount comes to what? Come to the 12, this the 8,439,010 figure we're looking at for all this. On the things we got Friday, in the first draft for the general fund. It's
What
got
page are you on?
I'm on page 1 of 19 on the general fund, the very first page in our handout we got, where it says salaries, wages, FICA, Laguerre's, pension, group health, unemployment insurance, workers' comp, retirement, and employee physicals.
So that's right.
Comes to 8,439,10.
It includes. It's not like on.
No, you're on. You're just really
It includes the salaries, the 5,581,585 on the top of page 1. That's the first green graph on your sheet. And then the FICA is $427,010. And then the pension, the only thing that's not on the sheet is the unemployment, the workers' comp on the graph.
Okay. And then physicals, so that comes out to 8,439,10 roughly is what this all is.
Right.
correct. Any further questions on this slide for salaries and benefits? This next slide shows you funds available in the Powell bill, which is a grand total of $457,545, which, how much of that do we have allocated for maintenance in 27? Is that this number here?
We have $200,000 that normally comes in as our annual revenue. So we brought forward fund balance to $257,545 for Matt's projects. I'm sure he'll discuss that in a minute. So total in the POW bill is $457,545. If we take the $257,545 out of fund balance, that will still leave $313,000 in fund balance.
That's fund balance in the Powell.
Right. Great.
Can you say that figure again, Alicia, that's left in it?
313,000 will be left.
Okay, thank you.
Again, those are restricted funds that have to be used for roads. Questions on the Powell bill? Next slide shows accommodations tax fund. Again, just starting with the pie chart, kind of working our way clockwise at 3 o'clock. Around the 3 o'clock position, parks and recs, 390, 125. Beach patrol, 167. Beach rescue for the fire side, 158. And then surplus funds of $150,000 for total revenue, 866,740. These represent expenditures. So this money, again, is restricted to what we can do with it, anything related to tourism. And the bulk of that is Parks and Rec. And then the remainder is for our beach operations. Any questions on accommodation tax fund?
And this for accommodations tax includes moving the events coordinator position fully into accommodations tax, correct? Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
right? So that's part of that 45% there you see
Right,
on the
right,
right-hand side.
right.
Yes. You want to explain the beach erosion fund?
The beach erosion fund is 2% of your accommodations tax. Normally, we budget $530,000. So that's what is in there for this year. But for Matt's projects, for some rebuild, for some walkways, we brought forward $485,000. So the total of the fund is $1,015,000.
So that the public understands that we're not taking money out of savings. This is money that we pay accommodation tax, we get 6%. 1% goes to the county because they collect it.
Correct.
2% goes to beach erosion. In years past, we have built up this fund.
Correct.
And so the fund balance, which is the savings account for this particular beach erosion fund, which is 2% of the accommodation tax, is $480,000 that you're bringing forward so that Public Works can use some of that money. Is that a fair statement?
Right. That is
Okay.
a fair statement. And even if we take the $485,000 out, we're still left with like $1.8 million in the beach erosion fund.
Thank you for explaining that. I think it's important for the public to know that. Thanks.
Can you say that figure one more time?
1.8.
1.8.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the beach erosion? The last slide shows projects. Streets at 457, stormwater 230, and we don't have anything in a dredging fund. Now, the dredging fund was closed by an action of council in 2025.
I'd like for the council to consider putting some money in the dredging fund so that we can look at studies, just to have some seed money there, because we know that it may come up again, and I would not like for us to be in a position where we don't have any money. In my remarks when we were setting up the budget, not with you, Mrs. Armstrong, but with our former finance director, I had mentioned that, and I've mentioned it a time or two. Don't know if there's an appetite for that, but I would like for us to consider that.
Ms. Bordeaux, you got a figure that you're comfortable with putting in there?
No, I don't, Mr. Arnold. Were you thinking of a number?
I don't either. That's why I was gonna ask you first.
Yeah.
We'll get there somewhere.
I also would be in favor of doing that. I feel like we definitely need to come up with a plan for dredging. I actually have that on a directive for the meeting tonight to list that we need to figure some of that out, and we need to start a dredging committee with the folks that's properties are affected by dredging, their parcels, the ones that were assessed. We need to get our stakeholders all involved with the staff, to the community. We need to make sure that dredging in the future is handled much better than it previously was, so that we don't have everything going on, and we need to do that right. And I think involved in doing with the Palm Cove stuff that they've been doing, looking at the engineers there that specialize in that. I had, briefly spoke to them about that, what kind of rough figure, and they gave out about $200,000, and that would be stuff that we would look at to get it set up. You've got to do all these studies before you can even kind of figure out, and unfortunately, they are the experts in that. We don't really have experts in that on staff, but to really get that rolling so that we set it up properly to start with. I know Ocean Isle Beach has just done some. I've watched some of their stuff, how they handled it, and some of that. So I think we do need to start that in our budget cycle this year. We need to start this year that process, which obviously we know will take a while, but eventually to get that rolling smoothly as well.
I would support a $200,000 for the dredging fund to start somewhere. And I'm glad you said you were going to mention that tonight. Perhaps on our deposition of directives, you could ask for us to be thinking about a dredging committee. I know we've had a lot of conversations with folks, a lot of emails, and it would be prudent on our part if we could include them. That when I say them, the folks that are affected by the dredging, and for them to know that we are in fact Well, two of us are in favor of putting $200,000. I don't know how the rest of you all feel, but we do need to give the finance director and our administrators some direction on this.
Where would we extract the $200,000?
The same place we're extracting all the other. I mean, that's the fun part of doing a balanced budget. You've got to take from one and
I guess if the direction is not to take it from fund balance, then we'd have to go back to, I guess, departments and see what other cuts we could make to come up with 200,000.
I think we should proceed and see where we end up.
Sorry?
I'd like to proceed to see where there's other funds in other departments before making a comment on it. I think that would be rash judgment for me to say something on a particular item. I'd like to see where we're going on all of this.
Sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to cut something from something that we need just to go into this. I mean, if we can definitely find the money for it, I'd be fine with it. No, just don't want to start slashing things that we absolutely need just so we can have this.
sure, I don't think anybody wants to slash anything.
Something we could look at.
Sure. If there are no other questions, then we'll jump into following the order of the agenda, which brings us to streets, stormwater, infrastructure, sanitation, and environmental.
Matt.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, after our last budget workshop, we had comments from you all and from citizens alike discussing one area, of course, is Clubhouse Road, as far as streets go. So we actually went back. We were able to get with a contractor to come out, look at the road, give us different options as far as at least preserving the road in stages. That way we can also utilize our monies in different areas around the town for streets. So we got with Maltspeed Construction, and what they would be able to do for us is we gave them two different areas, kind of the worst areas on Clubhouse Road. One is from Rice Mill over to Crooked Gully, the intersection at Crooked Gully. What he would do is skim the patches, so pretty much fill in the pothole and then overlay on top of it to where it would preserve our road for, his words, about 10 to 15 years until a lot of that construction starts to slow down, and then we can really look at milling it and filling it the proper way. The other area, that number was $238,452.50.
238.
$452.50.
Thank you.
And then the other area that he looked at, so we broke that area from Rice Mill to Georgetown, Old Georgetown, up in two different areas. So the other area would be from the intersection at Crooked Gully to Old Georgetown Road. That actually totals $299, $191.10.
Is that the same process of filling in the potholes and
Yes,
doing
ma'am.
an overlay?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
How thick is the overlay?
So he had put it at 2 inches, 2-inch overlay.
For all of these that you can go
Yes,
over?
ma'am.
Okay, 2 inch.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the cost to repave that area?
So what we got back from Barnhill earlier on in this budget workshop, at that time was for that whole area I just mentioned, was $530,800. And that would be to mill an inch and a half out, repave over top of that.
And what's the expectancy for that to last?
It all depends on kind of what all is beneath the road as well. Normally, when you mill and fill, I mean, you can get many years out of it. It all just going to depend on the volume of traffic that goes over there, mainly the trucks and everything. So
both areas would be that price so that would be cheaper than filling it in and coating it. So why would we kind of piecemeal it if we can just redo it for the same price?
right. So those numbers are about a month different from each other.
I'm familiar
I
with
was
Barnhart, which they're reputable. I'm not familiar with All Speed Construction. Where have they done projects?
They've done projects for DOT, and I mean, I don't know where, as far as areas of that goes. Lockwood Folly, they've done projects for. They're mainly out of Bolivia, Leland area. They've done projects up around that area for the most part, and into Columbus County and Bladen County.
What were the prices again, Matt? To resurface versus milling and paving?
So milling and paving was $530,800, and then the resurfacing essentially. And I didn't total those numbers up, but it's over
It's about $7,000 difference. 537, 643, 60 on those two.
right. Now again, the reason we went out for these numbers is to just get a different price point.
Yes, sir.
So we just wanted to bring them back and show you the differences of prices.
It makes sense to fix it right the first time so that 2 or 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, maybe when we're not sitting up here, we pass this on to somebody else. I would vote in favor of doing it correct, the right way, milling it, paving it, having it last longer. That's a better product. That's a better customer service product to our constituents. That is a very highly traveled road. Filling in potholes and just putting in a little 2-inch surface over it, I don't believe that will last as long. In my experience with doing roads, you need to do it right the first time.
Okay.
And you said it was a $7,000 difference?
The main thing is go back to them, get a solid figure.
Yeah.
And present that to the council and let them look at it. Because if it is, like I said, it would make more sense to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Would
it's
you-
cheaper right now to repave it
So-
versus fill it in and I mean, based on these numbers.
Right. So with that said, would you like me to go back and try to break up the two areas that I mentioned earlier, Rice Mill to Crooked Gully to Old Georgetown?
If you can, just get us a solid price where we can compare to what it is, make sure it is the same. I know the petroleum's up and down, and I know things change every day.
The reason I mention that is because if we go that route, we're most likely going to use all of that street money and Powell bill money for that road. No other roads. The reason I had him break this up is to kind of give us a little bit of play with on different roads.
So won't you do it this way? Get a quote for the 2 roads or the 2 pieces,
Right.
and then another quote for all of it together, and let us look at it all. That may be the best way to move forward.
All right.
Do you think you could have that pretty quickly? Because I think we're going to try to meet maybe in a week and a half. It would be good if we could have that number. We could decide.
Yeah, we can reach back out today to the gentleman at Barnhill, and I'm sure he'd be able to just take the number he's got and add whatever's come up with prices, and then also split it into 2 different areas.
We had a tentative budget meeting scheduled for the 18th of May, a Monday, another session.
Right.
And we'd have to have that before we get to
That's
that
right.
date.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Earlier, when we were looking at revenue, I wrote down, and I may have written down something incorrectly, but I wrote down 457,545. And then I wrote down 313,000 left over.
Yep, that's correct.
So the 313,000 that's left over, are we not looking at spending any of that money for the roads?
That, I think what I originally had brought up to you all was to get the revenues that we had for, I think it was altogether 207 this year, if I'm not mistaken, around that, and then add an extra 200,000 from the Powell bill fund for that. And I think normally what we do in the streets public works is for the infrastructure repair and maintenance. It's about $150,000. So we kind of incorporate all that together. So what I got with the 457 that you referenced and the 150,000 was $607,000.
You know what would really be helpful the next time we meet, for this to be broken down for us exactly dollar for dollar, rather than trying to sketch it over here. It would just be better, because we may miss $100,000 here or there, adds up quickly. So if you would do that for us, that would be most beneficial.
Yeah, it'd be good to be able to review it ahead of time too, so we can. Is there any extra funds in the Powell bill funds for this fiscal year?
We do have money that has not been spent yet.
And how much is left in that right now, would you say?
Well, I thought that was the 313,000. Is that not the
Well, I didn't know what was
313,000?
budgeted this fiscal year.
The last I have, I think this report that I have is from April 24th, I believe, but it's as of 3/31, which is March 31st. We had spent 25,784, and I mean I can't do the math up top, but it's about $174,000 that we haven't spent as far as Powell bill goes.
That we have available to spend this
That's
year.
what it looks like to me, yes, ma'am.
So the next time we meet, you all are going to give us like I don't care, spreadsheet, just a piece of paper, whatever, available funds, not just what's available this year, but what is in the Powell bill fund balance. Because we're taking some out. It looks like. I think we need to know in totality how much is there. Not saying we're going to spend it all, but we'd like to know how much is there.
I think she said 313. That's what you had said was still left in it.
Right.
And then this that Matt's talking about is what's going to be, what you project to be left in from this past budget, correct?
Right now, there's a total of $571,000, and I was going to take the $257,000 from that.
Out of that, yes, ma'am.
So out of that, there'll be $313,000 left in the balance that was not designated for any roads.
Matt, when you do your spreadsheet,
Yes, sir.
you also have that, and you didn't spend much this year, I think 25, 30,000, right?
Right.
Make sure you put that as a line item where you'll be doing patch repairs when you
Yes.
need it. Don't exclude that.
We're also going to be incorporating coring as well in different areas around the town to see what's beneath the road.
Okay.
And we'll do that coring before we think about repaving Clubhouse Road.
In its entirety, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to. That's important.
Yeah. If not, it's like painting over rust.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that kind of goes into Matt and Vicky, the road report. I know we got a new one last week that was in our box. I know I called and spoke with Vicky, and it appeared that they didn't rank every road again. They ranked some, so it's slightly different, and it's got slightly different figures. Is that how you'd evaluate it? So the dirt roads aren't included in there. They're still separate, but
They are.
what is your thoughts on the report you got back? Is it sufficient or not sufficient? Because it seems like a lot of that data was pulled off the previous several years ago report. I mean, what's your take on it? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, they changed some roads up from our last report that we got. And what they did was, there's a percentage score that comes with every single road. So instead of it going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so on, some of them that have the same percentage, that's all 5s, because it's the same percentage, same quality of road. So, I mean, they did change some of that up and made it a little bit easier to read as far as that goes. But of course, there's roads that have higher volume on them, bigger trucks that have deteriorated a little bit more than what's on the list as far as ranked list.
so based on that report, would y'all recommend going off that report to prioritize what needs to be done in the town, knowing it excludes the dirt roads?
Yeah, I think for the
throughout the town?
majority, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There will be ones that maybe, 17th on the list, it should be moved up to 5th on the list. There's going to be those moving around, of course. But for the most part, I think the first 5 to 8 of them are pretty consistent. We try to attack over the next couple of years. And then the unpaved roads, it's kind of hard to prioritize those. They're all the same. So what we do is we drag the roads, and as soon as we drag the roads, they all look the same. So you can't really say this one needs to be repaired. They're all, after a day or two of people driving on them and no rain or anything, and they all get pretty rough.
If y'all were to, in the future, request a road report to rank them, what would be done differently, or what would you recommend to be done differently to get a better output in our report that we paid for? Because it seemed like what we got back data, or what got back last summer in data, was questionable.
Right. I don't know a whole bunch about streets and everything, but I would want some kind of coring involved for sure to see what the base is. We all know, being around here, that trees were cut down and roads were put back in, the 70s and 80s, and who knows what was put down. So we need to see what's underneath first. And instead of more so a windshield view, we need to have folks get out and see exactly what causes are.
So they just drove around, is all they did.
It's kind of what my understanding was. I don't know what the original task order was or how it was written, who signed it. I don't know.
When we met with them, I asked about the core samples.
Yeah.
They said that they were not tasked with that.
Correct.
It was only a $10,000 project for them to do. And then, we sent it back to them because they had roads that we had identified that we knew that were wrong, that they had some roads that were in terrible shape, were not even
Correct.
on the top tier of the list.
Right.
And that's what we received back. But I think we still question that because they didn't do core samples.
Mm-hmm.
But you all know I know you said you don't know that much about roads, but you do know what looks bad.
Oh, yeah.
And you also know that we can do select core samples.
Absolutely.
It will cost, but we can do that. But it's well worth the price to do that. And then you all know what roads are traveled the most. You know the wear and the tear. You know what kind of vehicles are going on there. I think we would lean on you all to come up with some type of prioritization on how to move forward. I know we want to make some decisions based on solid evidences, but we don't have that. This report was given to the previous council in September of 2025, and then we inherited this report, which we've discussed is not very helpful.
Stack of paper.
It's a stack of paper.
I'll say it.
Yeah, we both said it. So
right.
We do need to give you some type of direction on what to do. Do you feel like you have enough?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, and especially moving forward, if we do this again, or a different contractor, whoever, we'll know what to kind of look for. And I mean, I'll rely on other folks that they're in that profession, that they can tell me what to look for. That way we have a understanding of what we need in the town.
And I know Shauna mentioned about the coring. Are you planning to do the coring before you would actually, to make sure what's supposed underneath there is what you think it is before spending the money on any road, not just Clubhouse?
Yes. Yeah, I believe so. Once we get into this new budget in July, those things can be done throughout the year. Paving's kind of seasonal. Can't really do too much in the wintertime. It's too cold. So we'll have to pave in the fall or the spring. Whereas this coring, we can try to get cores in the middle of summertime, right when the budget hits, and get an understanding of what we need, especially if we prolong it to March, April next year to pave.
Yeah. I do think at one point there was consensus among council wanting to do some roads, because if we can work out the funds.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we going on to stormwater? Or?
Yes, sir. That's fine.
All right. Nothing's really changed in stormwater for us. The prices are pretty much the same. One thing I did do was we had met with a contractor for our drainage easements back here in Seaside Station for the most part. and initially I had some trouble finding some folks to come and talk to me, or at least give me a quote back, because it's some pretty strenuous work that happens back there. And plus, we don't have the access for machines on the majority of these, so it's all handwork. But we did come back with a number. He actually gave it to me last week, but bi-weekly, which obviously is twice a month pretty much, they would be able to maintain our easements for $12,750 a month, and that is for 6 months, which totals $76,500. They would start mid-April, end mid-October, and any issues that would happen after that, I believe they'd be maintainable by us for sure to get in there. The growing's pretty much stopped at that time, so we'd be able to kind of open them up during those times. But the hard thing is for us is with everything else we have going on, the limited personnel we have, to get in there as frequent as we would like to, it's just really difficult. So we reached out, tried to get a number, but it does come with a price, obviously.
So you don't have personnel that can do this, or do you have?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
have personnel that could do it? It's a matter of workflow or work scheduling.
We have personnel that do it.
Okay.
There's 24 easements. Some of them are small, some of them are pretty big. They're hard to get into. But we go out there as much as we can. If we're done with a walkway, for example, checking it and everything like that, sand and everything, the next thing we're doing is getting into a ditch. We try to get out there as much as we can, especially during the summertime. Obviously, stagnant water, mosquitoes, no one likes those. So we get that water flowing, and it helps out a lot. It just is, we're not able to get into them as often as I would like to.
There's an area over there near Millslough
There is.
that has gravel and a cone, and that gravel and that cone's been there for
A long time.
right. What's the plan on that? Because I mean, gravel and a cone doesn't look very nice.
Yeah, the cone's removed. There is gravel there. We put that in there. We had a depression off the side of the road well over a year ago. We put some gravel there for the time being. It hasn't gone down since. But I did meet with 2 contractors last week. Their word was they were supposed to be getting me a quote by this week.
Okay.
That is something that we can do within this current year's budget, as long as it's not astronomical. But it shouldn't be. So we can do it this year. It's metal pipe, which I talked to you. We'll talk to all of y'all in November, I think, when we met.
Right.
That I wanted to get rid of the metal pipe anyway. So that's just
It's
one
gonna be
area
the-
we can go ahead and start with.
It's going to be the concrete reinforced.
Yeah, there's
pipe.
actually 2 different. There's RCP, which is reinforced concrete pipe, or there's a it's called HDPE pipe. It's plastic pipe, but it's just as good as concrete. It just comes in 20-foot sections instead of 8-foot sections.
Okay, good.
Either way would be fine underneath that road.
Okay, great. So that sounds like that's going to be a resolve in this year's budget.
Yes.
Great. The number that you gave us, the $76,500, is that in addition to what we looked at earlier when you all were going over the pie charts, or is that included in the pie chart?
I guarantee it's not included.
It is not included in the pie chart.
I never gave them the numbers.
Okay, so it's not included.
That number I never
This
gave them.
is in addition to what we just looked at.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I mean, in the
It needs
future,
to be
if we
done.
can't do it,
No
yeah.
harm. I'm just wanting to know
Yes.
budgetary wise where we are.
Right. That was on me. I did not give them that number. Got it on Friday afternoon. So, any other questions about that?
Hey, Matt, under stormwater.
Yes, sir.
For your vac truck, you've increased the maintenance on it by $50,000.
I have.
What's going on with that?
So there are some major issues. So that machine is a 2014 vac truck that was already used by the time we got it, for sewer and other things. We've had a little bit of issues here and there, but obviously, wear and tear on the machine. This air and the moisture around here, it's really taken a toll on everything. So we had some work done back in September, October, I believe it was. I think it was around that time. And they gave us another quote for what needs to be done. in order for this machine to operate. It's operable now, but very soon we're going to have major issues. So they gave us a quote that is around 20,000. Now this quote was back in February, I believe it was.
Okay.
It's going to go up.
Yeah.
That's July 1st, that's $20,000 to $25,000 right out the gate to repair everything that we need on that.
All right.
It's preventative maintenance.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So that was the biggest item right there. But throughout the year, we have many issues: hydraulic hoses, pressure hoses, water hoses, things like that are breaking on that machine. We also have a camera system that occasionally needs to be repaired. We do that in-house for the most part, but we do have to order the parts for it.
Okay. Thank you.
We did also quote out replacing that vehicle altogether.
Thank you.
You want to tell them how much that was?
No, I will, but
It's significantly
it's,
more.
so we did get a price on a brand new machine which would be valuable to us, but it's around $600,000. Brand new, no one's used it. It's just ours, but still, it's a big chunk of change.
That's a beneficial piece of equipment. So
It is.
60,000. I mean, the $50,000 increase is a chunk, but if we can continue to use that, the preventative maintenance that they've done with that truck is well worth that money.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe next year.
It's not uncommon to get like 20 years of life out of that type of a vehicle.
Right.
So you're saying we need to plan for that in next year's budget.
It's
That's gonna be kind of
it's coming sooner than later.
Okay.
If we want to try to maintain our stormwater systems to the best of our abilities, be proactive, yes, very much so.
How much have you had to put into that 2014 truck to maintain it? Have you had to put
Over the years,
Yeah.
well over 100,000. I think we bought it for 237,000 in 2018.
Okay.
So, got a lot of money into it. We were always told kind of not to look into it right now. More important matters, so I understand that. But we're getting to that point now where we're going to have to start looking at it, whether it's next year or the year after. All right.
Sanitation.
So, I don't have page 12. I think I believe it's about the same, is it not? Same numbers I have. Yeah, 244. So that's our leaf and limb program that we have. Of course, the GFL recycling and Ike Williamson. It's only going up $5,000 in contract services. So
Will you explain what Ike Williamson does for the town?
it's our so it's kind of not a landfill by any means, but we're able to drop our debris off there, take loads of. I think that's what brush band. Do they go to the landfill? They go there too. Yeah. So our leaf and limb is deposited there. Any stormwater that we have is deposited there. So aside from us possibly going all the way to Bolivia for a landfill, that's our closest option. So that's what he, among other things, but in this particular sanitation budget, that's what he does for us.
When we took the dirt off of the Majestic Oak, did we shop it off at Ike Williamson? The stuff we took off, you packed with trucks and took it over. Did we drop it off there?
He dropped it off.
Oh, he dropped
He
it.
loaded it and took it. Yes.
What was the charge for that? None.
Nothing.
But he got the
He
fill.
did.
He got the fill. Okay.
He did, but it
Yeah.
didn't charge us anything
Yeah.
for it.
Okay.
Any questions on sanitation? No? Environmental protection. So we've increased a little bit with pond management. Twin Lakes is Stillwater ponds. We'll be looking at doing a bi-weekly, essentially 2 times a month service on the Twin Lakes. That's why that price has increased. And then everything else is essentially the same with the mosquito bricks. We didn't get any spray materials this year as of yet. There is that possibility, which normally a container of that, I think it's a 30-gallon container, can range from $3,000 to $3,500 chemical for mosquito spraying.
Will you explain the natural disaster reimbursement at $50,000, what that is?
I've actually never had to deal with that too often. I don't know if, Alicia, do you have any experience with that, or Ken?
From my understanding, it's just a number we put in the budget in case we do have a natural disaster. So we'll be authorized to spend the money during a hurricane or a storm.
And then we would ask for reimbursement.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Matt, has there ever been anything y'all's department has done looking at the canal waters or the intercoastal way waters? I know I'm hearing from a lot of residents that similar to the ponds, that there's, buildup and stuff in them. I think some is due to lack of rain, stuff going on there. Didn't know if y'all do anything regarding the other waters in town.
No, ma'am, we have not. We have not, other than the dredging that has taken place. Obviously, they can only get to certain areas themselves, depending on the agreement contracts and things like that. But no, man, we have not. Other than the shoreline projects that we've done at the park, that's really it.
Because some of the properties that are against the water, some are never ones that would really be dredged at all, so
Right.
they would never be looked at. So just didn't know across the board if those have been looked at in any capacity.
No, man.
To me, all of our waters are important.
Absolutely.
We did discuss this a little bit when we were talking about the roads that were not paved, that would, if we were to pave them, that would reduce the silt and the debris going into the canals are
Right.
Getting a buildup of that. So we did talk about it.
Yeah.
Would be nice to do something with it because we know it's just continuing to run off into those canals.
They have something, I think you may have heard of it, called a saffle baffle. It's been brought up before in front of you all. So we had a meeting a couple years ago with a couple different companies that provide that service. Essentially, it's a piece of equipment that goes inside a manhole, so to speak. It's supposed to break down everything. The thing is with our marl roads that it's so fine that it just kind of sips right through. It doesn't break down and go to the bottom where we could suck it out. And that was
the saffle baffle would work.
Not on those roads. We do have one in place for catchment 7 to try to see what can happen, but really there's no marl roads that drain into that area. So, I think it's going to be bigger items, more sand particles and dirt clods and stuff.
Well, definitely at the end of the roads on the island, I know, and the built up there is crazy, especially with the lack of rain. You can see it way more pronounced than ever, but you can definitely see it at low tide majorly. It just keeps building up.
Yes, ma'am.
What if that's the roads where some of the silt obviously is washing into the canals?
Absolutely.
If there was a well, if you wish, dropped where that water runs in and it fills up and the clear water disperses, what equipment would we have to use to suck all that stuff out and get it down to base for a well like that?
Depending on how deep it would be, a back truck could do that.
What's the man hours on that? That labor intensive?
On the back truck?
No.
It should not be.
Too often. No. I mean, you
Should be a
can
pretty easy
essentially
fix.
run it with one person. Obviously, when you're working with machinery like that, you want to be safe. But it can.
Do we do that? How often do you? Surely you
The
do
basins
that.
and everything.
Surely,
Yeah, we do it multiple times a year.
Routine
Yeah,
maintenance
absolutely.
for that. Okay.
We have a schedule of off season. We We do the island. Any other time throughout the year, we're on the mainland. But thankfully, with that machine, we've corrected a lot of issues that we've had in the past. Right.
It's all under your department. Any objections to discussing Powell bill and beach erosion now, which is item number 7 on the agenda, 'cause that's under Matt's department, so we can get him through and
Get back to work.
Before we leave that, though, a question.
Yes, ma'am.
In your, and it may be what you're getting ready to talk about, we've had a few meetings, I can't remember which one, but you had a proposal where we were looking at the water that's going to go on the, excuse me, the dirt roads.
Yes.
And then there was 2 things that we were looking at. One was the way we're doing it now, and another was to look at a piece of equipment. Did we decide what we were doing with that, and is that in the budget or is that not in the budget?
We took it out of the budget.
So it's not in the budget?
No, we were we were looking at selling a piece of equipment that we had, but instead, with the prices and everything of the services, the other options we'd given you all, we decided to remove that from sales, and we're using that.
Okay, so the method that we have been using is what we're going to continue to use.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want clarity on that, because
Yes,
the
ma'am.
public heard that we're buying this equipment, and I don't want there to be any confusion when we're not doing that, when they see us doing it the way that we've always done it.
We are doing it the same way.
Okay.
Yes,
very-
ma'am.
Just want clarity
there was other
on that.
capital removed from your budget as well, if you want to talk about that while we're talking about capital. Defense, yeah.
So a couple other areas that we did remove from the last time was the community center fence behind the fence. So originally I thought other departments were going to be utilizing that area. I was wrong in that assumption. But the reason is to move things from town hall parking lot down to that area, open up some space. But we've actually put a lot of those items on Gov Deals, and everything has been sold essentially, other than the bathroom trailer and the dump truck that we have up here. So all the curb stops and headers ramps and everything have been sold. So they'll be out of the parking lot, I think, hopefully by the end of today. So that's the reason we removed the fence from the community center.
So what would we?
Of the
sto-
streetlights. Streetlights were the other thing.
What would we store in the community center at all? Anything back there?
No, sir.
Okay.
No need to.
Other than the fence going, I wonder to know if we're going to put anything else
Right.
back there.
So the street lights for the island and the gazebo and streetscape, you all have removed those?
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure the public knows that, because, we hear things, they hear things, and that's been removed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe the one thing we can hope for is, I hate to say it like this, is if the streetlights all go out, we're going to replace them for free. I mean, I don't want that to happen because it's a safety issue, but
But for $900, we could replace the street lights.
Yeah.
Correct?
correct.
So we're not going to spend $900, and we're not going to have street lights working, and we're going to have a safety issue out there with exposed stuff. I mean, I've
That's
seen
up to
it.
you all.
So why were they removed out?
Because when I brought them
$900.
up in the past, other options were discussed and nothing was set on, so I just removed them.
The other options, I think, were more pricey.
They were.
And, that was like, having a little kid in a candy store.
Right.
Hey, this is something that looks good, but do we really need it? So perhaps under $1,000 would be wise to put back into the budget.
Okay.
And no, not to do the more pricey.
Right.
We're not going to the candy store to get everything, but we do need to get something. And if
They-
it is a safety issue,
Yeah, I mean,
we
it's
have to do that.
exposed. You look how
Oh, yeah.
It's exposed totally.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think another thing was there was no decision on what kind of post. You had mentioned some. We had brought up the regular roadway street lights. It wasn't aesthetically pleasing, so there was no clarity on what to even ask
Yeah.
for.
But like the decorative ones, which were the nicer ones, they are still $100, $900
It's
total cost.
just
right?
the electric is more a month.
Right,
That's it.
exactly.
I think it's.
But we're paying that anyway now.
How many lights will we end up having to quote replace or new ones put in?
9
9.
out of, I think there's 17 altogether.
For $900.
That's
For-
all of streetscape and the gazebo, not just the gazebo.
Is that
Right.
something we can't do in this budget? I mean,
I'm sure. I'm sure we can. Yeah.
it seems like, I mean, I hate we're wasting time talking about this, but it is a safety thing, and I guess I am glad we brought it up because this is something we can absorb in this year's budget.
Yeah, if there's no additional request from council to do anything different with the posts or the lighting fixtures, if we could find the 900 now, I'd say we do that now and not even consider changing the numbers in the FY27 budget.
Are you all good with that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
What kind of lights?
Well, we
I need to
had
know.
what you presented to us. Let me find the notebook.
I've got them here.
Let me find your tab.
One was kind of square and one was kind of oval. Is that a fair statement?
Which one's the ones that the other that there's 17 of them, what's out there now? Why not go back with the same thing? There's no sense in changing up something different.
We wish we
So
could.
they were bought by the town, and Brunswick Electric doesn't have those. All right, so that's one option.
Okay.
And the other option essentially is the roadway lights, this typical roadway lights you see
That they put up.
everywhere.
Is this an option?
Which one's that, Katie?
It's an
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the decorative
It's
light
about
was the one I
safety.
thought looked better, but you know, the options.
Mr. Arnold,
The decorative light, and that's
is
plastic too.
this one?
It is.
Yeah.
The head on is plastic. Yeah, the glow.
That question.
And I feel like I'm at a department store buying clothes. Mr. Postle,
Very nice.
are you in favor of this
Yeah.
or this?
One on the side.
I believe everybody likes this.
Perfect. We'll
move
reach out.
on.
See what we can do.
It's $22.50 per month cost of lighting it.
Correct.
And we're doing that now, right? We're paying,
Those are a little bit more expensive. What we're paying right now, I don't know which one of those pulls a month from that. A roadway light, the typical roadway light pulls $14.50 a month.
Yep.
These are $8 more a month. But these are LED instead of the.
We'll just raise the parking fee by 50 cents.
you put that in motion, I'll second it. Well, we've got to be safe out there. And
I agree.
yeah, that's an easy fix, I believe.
Real quick, just so you're aware, they're not double-headed lights. So at the gazebo parking lot, there's double-headed lights.
Right.
These are not double-headed lights. These don't come with it. Now the roadway lights do come with double heads. These don't. Are you still okay with that?
Oh,
Well, it's the only option you gave us. I guess
Well-
we have to. I mean, is there another option?
As far as dual heads, no.
Because those are so nice that are out there. I hate they can't. I know I've asked you many
Right.
times. Can we not somehow source the bulbs and the
Right.
covers? Because they are very unique, very nautical, they look weathered, but that's a good thing because they look.
Right.
got a question.
Yes, sir.
The double-headed lights.
Yes, sir.
What do you know of the price on those? Because they actually shine over like the sidewalk in the street, correct?
Correct.
It's like me doing this.
Yes.
Okay.
Instead of you just doing it.
Yeah.
So essentially, it's just doubled as far as the roadway lights, the typical roadway lights, they come with the double head. Obviously, you're using 2 lights, so $14.50 a month goes to $29 a month. That's it. It's the only difference.
But they're safer. They add more safety for walkers and cars. Maybe.
It could be, yeah.
Along those lines, what Mr. Postel's saying, can the lighting company give us an illustration of what the lights would look like in the evening in our areas to show? I know we have seen a photo that showed that to kind of know, so we make sure
Yeah, we can check with Brunswick Electric
Yeah, to see.
if they can do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Calculate what it is for both, either one. So
What was that?
what's the cost for either one, so that when we get down on the 18th, for an example, we'll have a solid thing to do.
Okay.
I think that, if we're going to ask you to do one and then we change our mind, we're back to square zero
Okay.
and we're running out of time.
Gotcha. We can do that.
So your dirt streets were taken out, the community center fence, and the lighting's were, but the lighting you're gonna
This
look into
budget.
this budget. Okay. Anything else?
I believe so. So the next thing would be Powell bill, which we did talk on that briefly earlier. Are we all in agreement with this? Questions?
I mean, I would love us, to have more money for for roads, obviously. I'm not sure everybody else feels on that topic. If we, I think we got to see where everything shakes out, because this is our first time really discussing it all before we just discuss capital stuff. So yeah, in theory, we'd love all that capital stuff, but we got to have money to pay for it. And
Right.
that's the balancing act we're in. So I feel like with the roads, if we could put more money to get more roads done, would be great personally. Because I do feel like there's a lot that needs doing, and we can't just keep putting everything off.
Correct.
Because before long, some roads are not in great shape. Some need.
So I think what we're going to end up doing is, you guys have mentioned it multiple times, as far as getting a ranking, almost a capital improvement plan with our roads. So what we do this year, obviously, will be put on the back burner, and then so on and so forth. We'll go through each road that we have in our town, and we can go from there as far as rating them and seeing the volume of traffic, cracks, potholes, things of that nature, and just get prices on those and bring them back up to you all every year.
It is an
That way we have an
appropriate
idea.
use of the fund balance, an appropriate use to take money for long-term projects like this. I mean, a road, a stormwater, dredging, those are long-term things that it is appropriate to take out of fund balance, out of our savings account to fund these projects. I mean, we'll have to agree on it. It's a philosophical thing, but we may need to look at that. I'm not saying that we're going to do it, but we do need to look at that and what is the appropriate amount of money to leave in the fund balance. I know a lot of people discuss that. We do live in the coast. We do have to prepare for hurricanes. Hurricanes happen. Just because we hadn't had one does not mean that we won't have one that'll swipe us out. So we do need to have an appropriate fund balance to build up things and for things that happen along the way that might not even be a hurricane. But it is an appropriate use to take some funds out. Just want to lay that for us to be thinking about that and to consider perhaps taking some out.
What is the appropriate percentage?
Well, a couple things to consider, and Mrs. Armstrong shared with me a resolution that was passed by a neighboring agency that set their fund balance. It might be something this council wants to consider, and that neighboring agency, I believe, was set at 80%. So those numbers obviously are up for negotiation. I think we're sitting over 100 right now in 109, correct? 106. I have my 9 upside down. So we're sitting at 106. If we were to drop it to 90, 95, we'd have an idea of how much money then out of fund balance that we could appropriate to keep us at that number. Now, I want to, Matt, this is the projects, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what you plan to do this year, or FY27. Are these numbers accurate for those portions?
That was originally, yes. But after comments and everything from last budget, that would change.
Okay. I'm looking at, yeah, this is, okay. So we just want to be sure that the board realizes what projects we're going to look at this year for paving, so that you all are aware.
What are they?
I don't think we know
So-
what they are. All we talked about today was Clubhouse Road,
Right.
but we also know that there's 40th Street. I mean, we know that there's a lot of other streets as well.
He's got a few that are on the radar for this year if you want to discuss.
So
those.
originally it was Old Point. With the tree, we have 2 or 3 large live oaks on Old Point that are buckling the road. We did meet with the Master Association. They're supposed to meet with their arborist to see how we can keep the trees, but also make the road better. Another one was 27th Street. It feels like a dirt track when you get on there, so it needs to be leveled out and paved. We do have intentions of, if we have any leftover money, especially with 40th Street, possibly crack sealing that and putting a seal over top of it. And then obviously the biggest one is Clubhouse Road, what I talked about earlier.
Do you think all of those can be done with the funds you have allocated or not?
Probably not unless we use the entirety of the Powell bill.
And maybe if you
Fund.
come back with us with the total of all that.
Right, I'm going to get the
report where
numbers.
we have it.
I'm going to get the numbers from Barnhill broken up, and then have a big number as far as Clubhouse goes, and then see what we have as far as what we can do.
And then could you maybe rank the next top 3 roads in the town and the cost of those, so we'll know, and then we'll kind of know if we are pulling from a fund.
Okay.
Know what we're looking at, because we've got to soon make a call.
Gotcha. Okay.
The old list that we had was Old Point Road, Clubhouse Road, Sea Trail Drive West, and 27th and 26th Street. But Sea Trail Drive West is off the list now.
Correct.
Because it's not bad.
Correct.
But those were the basis of the ones that you had before. I don't know what you've added to it or not. So that's just what I'm looking at.
So we really haven't added too much to it. We really removed 36th Street and kind of put the radar on 40th Street.
Mhm.
Those are the biggest things. Clubhouse Road is still on there. One, of course, in 27th Street.
Yeah, but Clubhouse Road is only a small portion.
On that original sheet,
Yeah.
yes. But there's far worse areas on Clubhouse. That's why we're
Mm-hmm.
back into that.
Mr. Clamer, you had mentioned that you and our finance director, Armstrong, looked at our peer group to see other coastal towns, what their appropriate fund balance is. And I know the fund balance vacillates. It might be at 106 right now, but next week it could be at 100, depending on what we purchase and such. Do you all want the administrator and the finance director to look at a policy for us? I know that previous councils have a long time ago looked at that. I think they talked about a 75%. I will say that 75, 80% to me is too low. You all know I'm conservative, but I think that that's too low for our area. We sure don't want to go on a spendthrift. Not a spendthrift. We don't want to go spending crazy. But he mentioned it, and we don't get together a lot. But he mentioned it, and we're up here. Can we provide some direction on that?
Feel comfortable with, if you're saying it's 106, to bring it down by 11% and use that money for something. Okay, that's my
I
opinion.
would support that, Mike.
put it at
And
95%.
I know when I was at the League of Municipalities, I asked that question when we had our training. And, it's kind of subjective by town, because I had heard the 75%. Also, I was advised that's way too low being a coastal town for us. So the 80% would scare me to be that low. I was told between 90 and 95%, even to 100% was a good range they would recommend. But again, it's subjective number. So,
And I'd like to mention that, we've had 2 reavals for the county, and everybody reduced their tax rate except for us. And our taxpayers have continually to pay into this, and they've continually paid into the fund balance. Roads would be a significant project that they see where their tax dollars are going to. Stormwater, they can see where their tax dollars are going to. We know we live on the coast. We know we may have to do some dredging. We know that we've got silt going into the canals. We just talked about that about 30 minutes ago. It would be prudent, wise of us to be able to give our taxpayers something tangible that they can see. They see you all, that we appreciate our employees. They see that. but they don't see the roads being nice in some areas. Some roads are very good. A lot of towns would love to have our roads. But for us, the roads are not in 100% shape, and they want them to be that way. So
Could we see that figure, that 11%, just to give the council that number to see what they could be working with? If it was going from one, just a projection. I mean, I would never want to see it get below 90.
no,
16% with 95, I think is a good level amount.
I like
If we
95.
could see that 11%, just to see what kind of funds that's at, and then we could see where it needs to be used.
Mr. Arnold,
I'm good with 90 or 95%. We've got a lot of work to do on these roads. I think that report we got doesn't cover everything that we have out there as far as the assessment. So, yeah, I think it's a good number.
okay, well, everybody wants you to do it.
We can do it. Yeah, at our next meeting, our next budget meeting, we'll come back and give you
Great.
the number of what 95% looks like. And then if that's the number that we're going to settle on, then for the June regular session meeting, we'll bring forth a resolution for you to consider.
Yes.
Very good.
Great.
Thank you.
Works.
All right.
Here forward, sir.
So the last thing is the beach erosion.
Yes, sir.
So I had originally brought to you all 7th, 32nd, and 18th Street walkways. So forgive me, I've never dealt with this in the past as far as the process and everything of grants and bid processes and things like that. So after reaching out to the engineering firm that designs our walkways and everything, they kind of gave me a play-by-play of how everything works as far as when you should get your grants and proposals and things of that nature. Obviously, we have missed the deadline for this year as far as beach erosion or walkway funding for grants through the CAMA and everything.
What was the deadline?
The 24th, I believe it was, April.
I was thinking that we were going to meet that deadline. I was thinking we talked about it and it was going to be.
We don't
met.
have any numbers for anything
Oh.
like that.
I seem to recall that under the prior administration, there was a request for grants for the walkways, and the money was not given to us because of other communities that had worse situations.
Correct.
So I think it's time for us to go back after them.
Right.
Yes.
I agree. So, so with that said, I'm gonna reach back out to the engineer, and he's going to put these 3 walkways on a bid process. As much as these are going to cost, we're going to have to send it out for bid to get some money back in or get some quotes back in. And then at that time, we should have an idea of what we can go for a grant with. I didn't feel comfortable just putting in numbers for a grant and then we get more than what we needed. I don't know how that would work out. I didn't want to take a chance with that, to be honest with you. So one of the walkways, 18th Street, it's in fairly good condition. The biggest thing is that it ends right at the middle of a dune. So as long as we keep it open, it's in good condition. But what we can do in-house is actually extend that out further to the toe of the dune, and that would alleviate a lot of issues with that particular walkway.
Just to let you know, I happen to spend time with somebody who has a house on the beach this weekend for a visit. Anyway, we were talking and they were looking out and they were marveling on how much they're on 34th Street.
Mm-hmm.
They were marveling on the well we've done on their walkway all the way through, and it's a long one.
It is.
And they said $300,000 is not they could not believe that, that's how much it costs, but it looked well worth it.
Right. We appreciate that.
On this beach erosion fund,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm on page 19 of 19. Is that what page you all are on?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
It shows that we have an increase of $765,000. Can you go over what all that is? What that would be?
I don't know where the $765,000 comes from. That part of the revenue? That's accurate. 485 is accurate for the 3 estimates for the walkways, but I don't know where the 765 came from.
So last year, the budget was 530,000.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it's
$50.
$1,015,000, which is an increase of $974.
That's you're adding the 485 to the 530.
Right.
Okay.
I didn't cut your email
Gotcha.
calculation.
Gotcha. Okay. So the $1,015,000 is the addition of the 485 from the 3 projects this year, this coming year, and the 530,000 from the original budget. So she was just adding those together, make it $1,015,000.
Can you, I don't know that I'm following that.
That's
I'm just adding up those two
Right.
numbers. The 485 is what we're proposing this year with 732nd and 18th Street.
it's just a clerical error. That's
Okay, I
not
was
what's
gonna
needed.
say.
It's $1,015,000. We can free up $530,000.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yay!
Yeah,
We're working.
we just found $530,000.
So
Yay.
That streets.
Just added wrong.
All right.
Yeah, it's just
one thing I will say,
So did we find some money? Or we did find some money.
$500,000.
We found $500,000.
Awesome. That's the best news I've heard all day.
That's pretty good.
Well, let's go. We're on a roll now.
So we can change that proposed budget then. Matt, comfortable at 485 or you want to say $500,000?
I would rather just do $500,000 if possible. The reason I say that is because we do repair the walkways, other walkways throughout the year.
Leave some money in there.
So we need to have
Sure.
extra money for that, for sure.
Understand.
At least 500.
And we know that is a continual job y'all are having to do out there with the sand accumulation. And my worry is with the dredging going on by the jetties, all of that sand is eventually going to get blown up on the Sunset Beach. Because those king
Happens
tides are
every
going to
year.
take it and bring it right out, and then it's going to disperse.
So what's the bottom line number are we looking at for 26, 27 for the beach erosion fund we just talked about?
100,000.
Thank you.
Matthew, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vicki, thank you for your,
Yes, Vicky,
Thank
thank
you
you for
both.
everything. Now we'll jump into the building inspections and planning. What we'll go to next, Mr. Carey. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Council.
Would you like to tell us what page we're on?
Inspections.
If I've got, okay.
9,
Page
14, 9 and 14.
9 of
It says
19.
2 pages,
Nine.
yeah. 9's what we'll start with.
Let me make sure I got something. So nothing's really changed on my budget. It asked for no request, obviously, from the last meeting we had. Kind of just go through it here, and then y'all can certainly ask me any questions you want to. As far as the positions, I kept the 5 positions in there. One of them is actually a part-time position that is vacant again. And one thing I had talked to town administrator about possibly in the near future with the Hampton Inn building is a higher level classification as any of the guys who work here. I can inspect it, but time is of the essence with me and stuff in here. And so we're looking at potentially, instead of me bringing on someone part-time with those classifications to inspect that building, to potentially maybe do a contract. And so maybe a little easier with the department. So that potentially, and those monies from those inspection fees is going to certainly cover those inspections. So just one thing I want to just bring to your attention, so you will know going forward. That's one thing that I am looking at doing. The other full-time position, I am requesting to keep it in the budget. Therefore, just not knowing, and would like to definitely probably reconsider sometime after the beginning of the year, depending on the economy and everything, filling that position as well, if need be. As far as the vehicle, like I said, everything is still quote wise, just as it is. I pulled it back up this morning before I come in here just to re-verify it. And I'll certainly answer any questions.
Kerry,
Yes, sir.
do you think as the Logan project really gets rolling, that will increase your workload dramatically?
It will. It's just when. Like I say, we kind of, if you notice in our reports, weekly or monthly reports, sometimes you'll see 2 or 3 homes, and then sometimes you'll see 10 homes. So it just, I can't really, as far as Logan and Ryan homes, Bill Clark has not built quite as much here recently. And so I think eventually it'll probably pick up, but like right now, we're still about the same as we were this time last year.
He's clearing a lot of land back there.
He's moving a lot of dirt and getting ready. That's for sure.
The beauty of your department is the people that build, people that have permits, those are the ones that are paying for it. So like my house is built in, I'm not paying into this. Likewise, the other folks that aren't building anything.
Right.
So your enterprise fund just stays right there with the people that are paying, and it's self-funded that way. That's the beauty of the way your department is. You handle your own, you don't take money out, you don't take money in. It's monies that come in through any type of permit or any kind of inspection.
Right, and providing that service.
And I think it's important for the public to know that. So that's why I mentioned that.
If I can also add too, I think it's important that when Carrie talked about contracting out the inspections for the Hampton Inn, it's not the town that would pay for that. It would be the Hampton Inn that would pay for that contract.
Right. Exactly.
Question.
Yes, sir.
You're getting rid of and focus for new software?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
The annual fee for your annual fee for software, and you're removing and focus. What is this similar type software that you're using? That is our inspection. Let's see, our annual.
And Focus was the
code
contract for code
enforcement.
enforcement. But now that we have code enforcement covered in house, we don't need the contract with Focus.
Yes, but our work software will remain the same for our permitting.
And Mr. White, for the certifications for our current employees, or even one you may hire there, I know some of those certifications, it's my understanding that they need to have them to do that job. So
yes, and I had prepared a document here to give you today. If you want me to give it to you, just to kind of, if we want to go there and talk about that just a second. I didn't have it for a PowerPoint, but I do have a copy if you'd like, and I can just give you a brief overview real quick.
Yeah, because I think I understood there was definitely some employees that need a certification, and there might be a different pay needed for that certification.
Let me do this.
Yeah.
Now that you brought it up,
Yeah.
I'll just give you a copy. I do have it for that if we want to put it on PowerPoint, but that's up to y'all.
Whatever.
The public would probably like to see it. Yeah, let's do it.
I just want to make sure that Carrie has the funding needed for that. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
really what he's got on the PowerPoint. I'm not sure if I can give him the PowerPoint to do it, but I just put it together this morning.
I just made a note that to make sure we covered that. Yeah.
what you got here in front of you. So basically, you can go to the next slide. If you don't want this just to. And I knew it was going to be hard to read, so I wanted to give you that in front of you.
Okay.
So I'm going to just cut through this here and just read it to you basically. So this overview is the North Carolina Office of State Fire Marshal requires all building inspectors working in North Carolina to hold applicable certifications. To meet this requirement, inspectors must complete approved classroom training at an accredited community college and pass the course examination before being eligible to sit for the state exam. Upon successful completion of the state exam, the inspector is issued a inspection certificate. The building inspection department provides services across all 4 level trades, building, plumbing, mechanical, and electrical. Each trade includes 3 certifications, which is a building level 1, building level 2, and 3. Each level authorizes the inspector to perform inspections to for specific types of construction based on the factors such as square footage and occupancy classifications. Advancement to higher level requires the inspector to hold a temporary probationary certificate in applicable trades such as issued by the qualifications board up to 3 years and complete the required on-the-job training hours under direct supervision before applying to sit for the next state exam. So basically, and I'll get to Jeremy's, the level 1 is obviously the least amount of that you got to have to do inspections like for residential things of that nature. And then once you get to level 2, the moves up to be able to do commercial inspections on a small scale, and then also do mechanical, do residential as well, same thing, but the square footages change. So they can limit those square footages and the occupancy classification of like hazardous and things of that nature. So you have to have higher levels to be able to do those inspections, which we don't have institutional and things of that nature. So therefore, it doesn't really warrant, level 3 inspectors. But as far as being able to advance to do multifamily, just like what Ryan Holmes is proposing, Hampton Inn's getting ready to build, those require those level 2 and level 3 certifications. And so we do have a lot of level 2 inside the town limits, and those are multifamily units, Eastwood Bluff, different places like that, Clubhouse. Those are the ones that require those level 2s. So a level 1 cannot inspect those buildings. So therefore, we have to provide a level 2, have a level 2 certification. And that is in all 4 trades that I just mentioned. The level 3 building that currently here within the town is the building down at, I call it the high rise and the curve and at the Regency. So that is level 3, and I have to do the inspections on that building when they do come up. And obviously, as you all know, we've got things down there now that's going on with that building that that's going to require inspections from me to be able to do. So that's why I think it's important, obviously, for the town to provide a minimum of a level 2 inspector, and with the option of having a 3. So I actually put one more slide on there. Actually, I can't have it. Okay, so that is, so I just wanted, I just put an example in there, and that is what I think I had originally put in the the budget as prepared for Mr. Parker. And these are things that he has completed up until now that obviously we've not compensated him yet for.
Yeah, and that was what I made a note of, was that we need to make sure that we address that, because a lot of work's gone into this to get,
The town has
that-
invested a
that
lot
in-
in him
and we want to keep him.
as
Well,
well.
he's invested a lot
Exactly.
too to get these certifications.
He
has.
Because these are not
Exactly.
easy.
Exactly.
You are explaining this like you're going to pick up a loaf of bread at the grocery store. There is a lot of detail into this, and you know that with your expertise.
There is.
We have to have this. We have to have this.
We do, and like I said, he's put a lot of time. He's still under my supervision for most of it, but as far as the hours, he's put forth the hours. Obviously, just I just put some certificates in here to show you what he's already accomplished, and then also these probationaries are under my supervision, and he's able to you have to work with so many hours up until that point before you can actually sit for a state exam.
Right.
So he's got, like I said, mechanical, plumbing, and he also qualified for electrical level 3 way earlier on when I hired him due to job experience. And so he was actually able to skip one examination and move to the next because of job experience.
Right.
But anyway, I felt like we needed to put that in there so at least you can get a visual.
Yeah, I definitely support us doing what you recommend there. I know that's a
Thank
little
you.
different, but I feel like it's needed to make sure and have that expertise as well as that staff member here.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's put forth the effort, and also the town has put forth made it financially able for him to be able to achieve these, and so we want to, what we put out, we want to keep it within town if we can.
Right.
As far as investment, yes, sir.
I think we talked about this, I think, once before. After COVID, the state allows the building inspectors to, if you wish, get the final approval on, let's say, an air conditioning change out via video versus actually going in person to see the actual.
Yes, sir. Live remote inspection.
Is that for all inspectors, for all levels?
It's not for all levels. So we still have to abide by those same, if that building, actually I do some for the Regency, he cannot perform those, inspections without a level 3.
Because that does save you time if you can do the house typical air conditioning.
It does, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we do quite a bit. Obviously, we all know we do a lot of heating and air replacements here due to the nature of the elements.
Do you need a thumbs up on this? Or?
We do, because the budget you had before you does not include this step.
Right.
Step was removed from this budget. So if this is one that we want to consider, then I need a consensus to add it back in.
I am.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're, any other questions?
Unless you have, thanks for everything you do in your department.
Yes.
I appreciate
Very
it.
good job.
Thank y'all for reconsidering that
Yes.
for him. It'll be much appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the planning, who's gonna have a plan? The planning part, it says inspections and planning. So y'all wanna look at that right quick, or is this something that's gonna be long and drawn out?
Be nice to take a break at some
Yeah, we're
point.
gonna
Yeah,
go
we're
into here in just a few minutes, that's why I didn't know if this is gonna be a long thing.
Oh, okay.
This is just a short thing, we can go ahead and see it for a few minutes, but if it's gonna be something long, we can come back in and see it. I don't think it's gonna be a long drawn out thing.
Should be.
No, this won't be long and drawn
Yeah,
out. We can get
let's
through
go
this,
ahead.
and then if you want to break,
Take a break.
we'll recess.
Right.
Page 14. And so, as you know, we did look for a planning director. We're in negotiations now, so you'll see the proposed budget there includes both the planning director and the zoning and code enforcement officer that we already have working currently for us now. The savings there is removing the contracted planning services, which significantly offsets the salary line there.
So we're coming out in the positive or negative with the higher.
Well, there's an increase of 131,000 from the previous year. Now, the previous year did not have
the costs associated with code and zoning, which were under our previous
Right.
zoning and project
Project
management.
manager.
Was that
Right.
under administration? Where was that housed before? When
The
that,
project manager, I don't know where that was housed, to
Okay.
be honest.
because it's not an increase because we were already paying for that.
Correct, but even in that, pay classification, it just shows it.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
In the zoning, we were paying, I'm sorry, not zoning, code enforcement, we were paying in focus, what, $7,000 a year? Was it $7,000 a year? Excuse
A
me,
month.
$7,000 a month
Month.
that we were paying them, that we're not paying that anymore.
Correct.
So that money is not in this budget. So,
Correct, yeah, that end focus was shown in the previous presentation where that money is being removed.
Right. And then also our contract planner position is being removed. So we're removing, I guess what we're trying to get at is the fact that we're actually
Right,
saving
although that,
money, even though it looks like here it's increasing it, it's not. It's
It's an in
saving
and
the
out.
town.
it's
Right,
an in and
right,
out, right? Because
exactly.
what you won't see all of those on page 14
Right.
here, simply because
Right.
they're in different funds.
Right.
They're in
Yes,
different
all of
pages.
those areas that you
If it was
mentioned.
7,000 a month for in focus, we basically, it's $219,000 is what's going back in there. From the plan, from the contracted service, which was 135, you said 7,000 a month, which equals out to what, 84?
Mhm.
So that puts us at 219 that's gonna come back in to balance in with all this numbers.
Plus what we were paying for the land use
Yes.
plan, additional on top of that. So
Right.
it's even more of a savings.
Sure.
how much was in focus a month? Do we know?
7,000.
So that's
That's 84 a year.
Yeah, I don't
84,000.
know off the top of my head.
It was something around, it was either 70 a year, 70,000 a year, or 7,000 a month. I can't
So
remember
it's
off the top of my
7,000 a
head.
month. I'm pretty sure I'm correct in that. And then the land use plan was $65,000. And then the contract with Anchor Point was $117,000.
135. Yeah, here. Same way anyway, it's close, there's a lot of difference. So,
Well, we're definitely ahead of the
65.
game or equal. So is I guess what we're trying to
We're
get the
not, we're
point
not gonna
across.
be, we're not gonna be
Right.
spending
Because this shows an increase of 166,000, but it's truly not.
just in
is
this
what
fund,
we're
right?
saying,
Other
correct.
funds will
Yeah.
decrease, which will
Correct.
offset
Okay, yeah,
the grand total.
correct.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Y'all got any more questions for us on planning?
David, I'm thrilled that we're going to have an in-house planner
Yes.
that can be here every day. I think that's his lunch call.
It's just for us to y'all have a break.
To have a break. Yeah.
Any other questions on planning? If not, let's do a recess or just do a break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Is that good with everybody?
Yes,
Sounds
sir.
good.
Thank you.
Richard, close the door, please. Call this meeting back to order. We will now be moving in to the council, part of the budget, council, administration, finance, and events. Mr. Cleveland.
All right, so we'll start with the town council portion, which is page 2 of 19. Through this, you'll see just a few increases over last year's budget. Significantly are dues and subscriptions, which has a $6,000 increase. But there's also some decreases shown to kind of offset that. The proposed budget for the council for FY27 is $53,930, which shows $187,000 decrease. But there's a Alicia, you want to talk about that transfer to the capital reserve it's shown in there as well for the 25-26 operating.
The transfer got moved to the fire department fund.
What does that mean? I don't understand that. It got moved to the fire department.
It was a transfer to move money for the capital reserve for the fire truck. So instead of showing it in the council department, we just moved it to the fire department. So you'll see it in the fire department budget.
How much do we owe on the fire truck? But do you know, is it 1 or 2 more payments?
This is for the fire truck that we haven't purchased yet. One fire truck, the last payment is in 2027. And then the other fire truck pays out in 2031.
The 2031, is that the one we have on order? It is. What stands to reason, since it's 2031, it's 5 years from now, that's probably the new truck.
You have a truck on order now?
We do.
You do. That's likely what that is then, because this capital reserve is just building up money in anticipation of that bill that's going to be coming in.
On order.
On order.
Yeah.
Can you go over the dues and subscriptions? Why that's increasing 6,000? Or what's included in it also?
So professional, that would be under, let me make sure I'm saying this right. Yeah, so any memberships that any of the council members have would come out of dues and subscriptions.
And what memberships are y'all showing that to be?
Can you help me?
I can look it up in White Mountain. What's been paid out of it so far?
We belong to the League of Municipalities,
Right.
and we also belong to the Council of Governments. And if I'm not mistaken, the the Cape Fear Council of Governments went up in the dues, and I believe that's what that reflection is, the $6,000.
There was.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
And that's not necessarily for us in general, that's for the whole town, for us to be
Right.
a member of the Cape Fear Council of Governments. And then the North Carolina League of Municipalities would be another one, and I believe their dues went up as well.
I was just curious what those were.
Let's give her a second. She'll be able to
Okay.
pull those lines up.
The other thing was liability insurance. It went up or decreased a great deal. Is that just because that's just our portion of the liability insurance versus the whole town's?
The liability insurance is just a estimate right now. We did the renewals applications last week, so we'll have the final numbers by the end of May, and we'll have to decide, if we're going to stay with the league. But I'm sure we will. But then those numbers can be amended for all the departments because all the workers' comp and liability insurance went up in all the departments.
Okay,
But I just increased it by the same percentage that it was last year.
okay. Because it looks like ours, it was more, it was 16,000 last year, and what's proposed is $2,065 for town council. Is that because we're breaking it up by department truly, and that's just our share of it?
I'm not sure how it was allocated in last year's budget, but what I did was the workers' comp, I just took the total divided by the number of full-time employees for each department, and the property and liability insurance, I just did that as a percentage of everybody's budget.
The way that it was done last year was by function. So that would have shown up on everybody's, as a line item for everybody. What I think you've done, which we appreciate this, is to show specific departments how much everything costs. So you're doing everything by department rather than by function, which is something that we had asked you to do. So not to answer the question, but Ms. Batchelor, I think that will
I was just
provide
making
comfort
sure.
with you.
Yeah, I was just making
To
sure.
know that we just haven't gone down. It's before liability insurance was put into the administration budget.
But you're expecting it to be for the whole town, 16,000 plus some sort of increase for the whole town? Is that what we're thinking?
I'm expecting an increase, hopefully not
Right.
as much as last year.
Right, okay.
The dues were paid out of Cape Fear Council of Government, School of Government, and North Carolina League of Municipalities.
Okay.
And what the totals were for each of those? Is that where we're coming up with that that $16,000 increase?
It's a $6,000 increase, but
Oh, I'm sorry.
total-
Yeah, $6,000
yeah.
increase.
Yeah.
We can bring that back.
That'd be
It's not,
fine to
yeah, it's
bring
not
it back.
something we're going to be able to.
Just making
gather
sure
in
it was a big
short
jump
order.
at 6,000, so I'll need
Yeah.
a question mark on there to ask why.
We'll bring that back for the
Yeah,
next
that'd
one.
be fine.
One was Cape Fear was going up, we got that lead, they had not went up in a long time, they decided to go up for everybody, it's not just us.
And one thing on the salaries here, I would like to make a note because there's been some rumors going around that council voted themselves a raise, and we absolutely did not do that. I think due to having to do the budget amendment because there was not funding in our line item is why maybe that was perceived, but we have not voted ourselves a raise at all. So just for clarity.
Just for clarity, every year I've announced this, or actually inquired to the council about giving up your fees. Again, I've wanted to do that from the get-go, and now I found out through this last time that I can go and sign some kind of paper and they'll take my little bit of fee away. And I'm willing to do that. I want to do that. I don't think that we should be getting paid for something that we're doing a service to our community for. So if any of the other council would like to join me, they're welcome to sign the paperwork where you don't get paid. But if not, that's completely up to you. But mine will be signed.
Yeah. Well, also to note, I know from the months I have been in office, when I add up my expenses in town with mileage and different stuff, I'm in the negative even for the $156 I get paid a month. Just so you know, we're not making money.
Yeah, it ain't for the money.
No.
Any other questions on the town council?
Mm-mm.
I think it takes care of that, sir.
All right, with that, we'll move on to the administration budget. So this budget and the salary line still includes the town administrator position, the human resources position, which are both vacant positions, the deputy clerk position, which are, is it deputy clerk or clerk? As we know, we're sending our deputy clerk to training, and then in the coming fiscal year to move up to town clerk. The salary line also still includes an administrative assistant and an operations manager. The position that was removed was the project manager / code enforcement position. So the increase there is $22,000, $22,800 in that salary line. You'll see a reduction in attorney's fees, $37,000. Reduction in contract services, which brings our overall budget to an increase of $15,615, even with those other positions in the salary line.
The Muni code that's in there, that's something that we've done historically, but it's not required as long as the public entity has their ordinances electronically on their website. I don't know how much we pay for that, but I'd like for council to consider not utilizing that service. So just so that we're clear on what it is. It's a website. It's Muni code. It stands for municipal code, and it has all of our ordinances in it. So every time that we update one, it should be reflected there. It has not been updated in a couple years. We have our ordinances online, which is, if it's online, that satisfies the requirement. We could save some money if we were to not renew the Muni code. Am I making sense with what I'm talking about? It's just a duplication, but the duplications that we have on Muni code that we're paying for, it has not been updated in a couple of years. And I think it's important, whatever we put out there, that it be correct. It's already on our website, so it satisfies that. It'll save a couple $1,000s. I don't know the exact amount, but I remember signing checks in years past in public entities, and then we did away with it. So.
Yeah, I don't know the amount of it either. I know from an ease of use standpoint for using Municode quite regularly, it's nice to be able to do a keyword search and to filter by section. If you're specifically looking for something with relation to beach rules, for example, you can go to chapter 95 and everything you need is there, where now it's just a PDF. It's not searchable, and it's tough to try to find something you might be looking for, whether it's in the the ordinances or UDO.
So you like Muni code?
I like
Okay.
I like Municode a lot.
So I guess then we need to have a plan to make sure that it's accurate.
Yeah, I
It's
just
not
don't know
accurate.
I don't know what the cost is.
Yeah.
And that's something we need to look at if we are going to keep it. Is there another option to put a searchable document online that we could use versus using Municode? Because it's, like I said, if one of our visitors is curious about a beach rule or a park rule, they got to scroll through 160 pages of a PDF to try to find it, where now they could just type in glass or dogs or fireworks. Those searches are going to populate for them.
But it's not correct though. That's the
That's the
caveat.
problem,
That's the
right.
caveat to all
I
this.
agree. We'd have
They
to stay on
can
top of
search it, but it's not right. And if
Right.
it's not right, people violate not knowing that they're violating.
They go off of what they read, and then it could
Exactly.
be 2 years old.
Maybe
Well-
come back to us with the cost and other options and recommendations on that then, since we don't know the cost and it's stated it's inaccurate.
We can bring that back.
Okay, thank you.
Can you find out if there's any way you can ask Municipal, hey, can you update your documents? I mean, there's got to be somebody we can reach out
I
to.
think that's a responsibility of the town to send those updates to Municode, and then
yeah, it
we
is.
pay them to do the update.
Okay.
So we'll have to get the big picture of what it's going to cost to continue with them, and then to do what's the cost per update, so to
Okay.
speak. So if we change an ordinance at our meeting today, for example, what would that cost be to update it the next business day?
Okay.
It's just a storehouse for what we
That's what it
tell them. And if we don't tell
You're
them,
exactly right.
they don't know.
Exactly right.
Anything else on the administration budget?
I've got one question. I guess I'm spinning around in circles on this. We're adding a manager. We removed a manager, project manager, from salary group, right?
We did.
Is that the zoning code enforcement officer we loaded into the planning, or is that a different person, or is it split?
It's split. That's part of it. So the project manager was also the code enforcement.
And now it's
So
separate.
that whole position has been removed and kind of split between the various departments, between code and zoning enforcement, and part into the operations manager.
The total salary for the two new positions versus the one, is there comparable to total salary annual?
They're comparable, yes.
The
I don't know
increase
the
would
exact
be,
dollar amount.
No.
right. It's about dollar for dollar.
Okay.
The increase that you see out to the right, the $22,810, that increase would be for the, since it's salaries and wages, that line item, that would be for their merit raise and for their cost of living adjustment. So it's not
Well-
like we're moving money, it's that's what that number would be. 'Cause
Well, when
we-
I'm looking at the spreadsheet, and I'm not sure which spreadsheets we're going off of, because when I look at the spreadsheet that details the salary stuff from last week, well, this was, I believe, on mid last week, it was 396, 238 for those positions, and that was 45,000 base salary for administrative assistant and 125 for operations manager. Is that the numbers we're going off of for the ones that aren't filled?
Those are the numbers that we're going off of.
Okay.
And that the administrative assistant would be a new, well, not a new position.
Right, I
but
understand.
Yeah, we
Filling,
would be
filling,
moving some
yeah,
people around to
Right.
fill some other vacancies.
right. Okay.
And the operations manager is not, it's a new title, but it's not really a new position because
Right.
it's substituting the one for the project manager.
Correct.
Correct. And you feel that you need that much of a salary for that one, the base salary?
I would say that's not to exceed.
Okay, okay. Because that puts the total compensation at like 179 for that, we're on 180. Just curious,
Yeah, and there's no, I mean, I have no immediate plans to
Right,
do
Okay.
anything with that right now. anyways.
okay, just a question, yeah, okay.
Any more questions on administration? All right, we'll move on to finance.
Finance, I'm going to let drive this one.
The biggest increase in finance is the workers' compensation, which hopefully that will decrease when we get the final numbers. The professional services fee increased due to the audit fees. The tax collection fees increased. That's the percentage we pay to the county. And then there's an increase in contract services because that's our Black Mountain software support. So the total budget increased $16,325.
Are those actuals for the audit fees, or you don't have actuals yet? That's just what they're projecting they'll be.
I'm actually taking that to council tonight.
Right, I knew you were. That's
It's
awesome.
$28,000, but there's also some additional that there's a actuarial study done for law enforcement supplement out of that professional fees, and there's also some background checks in case we hire anybody new. So that's the difference.
So all that's in audit fees.
All of that is in professional services.
Right,
Yes.
but it's got audit fees beside it, I guess, so it's more than just audit fees.
Right.
How much was the audit?
28,000.
28,000.
Thank you.
Any more questions on finance?
Just one quick question under the cell phone calls. Is that just for one phone?
That's for 2 phones.
Two phones, okay.
I got a question. Nope, nobody shoot me. We go back to the town council budget. Prior year, last year, this year, whatever you want to call it, was for travel and lodging and meals was $800. Now we're projecting 5,000. Is travel in Bahamas?
I'm sorry, Mr. Puzzle, what was your last question? Is travel?
Travel, we went from 25, 26 from $800, and now we're projecting $5,000 in 26, 27.
I don't believe the previous councils have attended any professional organizational meetings to get updated information, to learn about what other entities are doing. You've been on council for 6 years, and Mr. Posley, you've been on for 2. Do you all recall anybody going to any professional meetings out of town, like to Raleigh?
I mean, there were times I went to Raleigh, but I didn't have any fees. I mean, I just was over it myself. I never asked anything back. So I guess that's why we have never had no fees. Because I see the 2 before, we didn't even have any.
I'm talking about going to a conference. Did you go to any conferences?
Just our regular stuff that we do go to, nothing extra. I mean, no extra stuff. No.
Right. Okay.
Cape Fear, council governments, we go to that stuff, but as far as anything, it's with the COG, or not COG, but
League of Municipalities,
Municipalities.
or the School
We've
of
never
School
done
of
that.
Government.
School of Government stuff, no.
That answer your question, Mr. Puzzle?
Yeah.
Back in finance, anything else for finance?
Let me finish looking at it.
Second.
What does it mean when it says moved landlines on the phones? Does that mean that the staff no longer has desk phones?
No, I think they're all included in public building, that next page, telephones focus. It's just all under contract services in public buildings department now.
What does that note mean, moved landlines? What does that mean?
It's just not included in each individual. It's all included under public buildings. It's not in each individual department. So finance, police, events, they're not going to have, the landlines are all going to fall under one fund.
Yeah, because I guess telecommunications is 2,000 for finance. And when you look at town council, I think it was 1,000. Is that not including landlines in? Because we've got double the people that finance does if it's cell phones.
Right now, we're paying $124 out of that telecommunications per month. So it'd be $14.88.
Finance or council?
For finance. Yes.
Okay. And like I said, when I look at council for the telecommunications, it was $1,000, and there's more of us, double of us. So that's why I was curious if that's right, or which is right or wrong, or.
We have
Let's see. I don't know. I have to check. The bill is showing $270 a month, but we've only paid 3 months: December, February, and March. I'm not sure
But if we're
why.
budgeting for a whole year, that wouldn't be enough, I guess, is what one
Right.
of them's probably not accurate, is what I'm thinking, unless
I'll
there's
have to.
some weird.
I'll have to check on our AT&T bill.
We all got cell phones in December for the first time under town council. So you would have had December, January, February, maybe March. You're probably, eventually you'll catch up with the other 3 months.
Okay.
Right.
We'll take a closer look at that and bring it back on our next
Yeah.
meeting.
Okay.
Anything else related to finance?
Not, we'll move on to events.
What page
So
are we
as you
on?
can see, so page 6 in the general fund and page 16 in the accommodations tax. So there's kind of 2 pages to look at. So my salary, as well as all of the part-time parking salary, was moved to accommodations tax. So that's probably the biggest change as far as the budget goes. We also removed the cost of the uplighting that we had originally proposed. So that's $8,000. That's not in there this year. And we also made the adjustments that we discussed at our budget workshops as far as addressing the cost for different things such as the Green Wave and the workshops that we're planning for Tree Board and ERC. The other major change was that we added $3,000 into the concert schedule with the addition of the additional concert that we're going to do on September 23rd. Does anybody have questions? Talk about it more specifically by event if you need me to.
Any questions for Vance?
I think just the parking attendance. What is our latest on the parking? I know we've had lots of discussions about
Sure.
parking attendance, and I didn't know if what we are currently doing and what our plan to do is next year.
So what we're currently doing is if any of the businesses have offered to let us use all of their parking or a portion of their parking, we are providing a parking attendant just to control the parking in their lots. If the people are not providing us any parking, we have a sandwich board that's going in their parking lots that explains that event parking is not allowed here. And that's going to all of those businesses. So those get set up. They'll be set up for the concerts. They'll be set up for the markets and for any special events that we have going forward.
Okay, let's say the park for the market on Thursdays.
Mhm.
What do we do on those days?
I have an attendant at Dave's, and I have an attendant at Island Breeze, and I have an attendant at Bill's.
Okay. And Dave's, is that the little lot, the little extra lot that's really?
Yes, and he and Fletcher also allows us to park if we have guests that come that are handicapped and the handicapped is filled, in order to get them as close as possible to the park. He will let the parking attendant use the lot for handicapped individuals
Okay.
as well.
For the
So, and we also park in the dirt lot next to his shop.
Okay. And then for the concerts?
We
what do
have
do?
we have attendance there as well. He will be closing at 5:00 p.m. every Wednesday night. So after he's closed and their staff has had the ability to get out and leave, we'll be able to use his lot for parking as well. And then Island Breeze again, Bill's again, and then we have people in the lot underneath the bridge. Because the way that has to be parked, you need to have attendance. Otherwise, people will block it all in.
So there's 4 on concert nights.
5 because, or no, we've got Dave's, Island Breeze, 2 at the under the bridge, and 1 at Bill's.
Okay.
Any more questions for Vance?
While we're talking about that, how many did we eliminate by including the sandwich boards? What was the total number you would normally have?
Normally, I would have 8 or 9, depending on. So now I have 4 to 5.
Okay, thank you.
So we've basically cut it in half by having the sandwich boards. So, and really, we didn't have any troubles. The only place where it can be difficult is at the park where people park for the boat launch. There's many signs there. It says no parking in about 7 different places, but there's not a big, huge board that says no parking. So it might make sense for us to get another sandwich board that says no event parking, period, and then just put it there. And that way, there's really no reason why people wouldn't see it. So especially if it's a big fluorescent
Yeah,
sign.
there's a lot of signs there not to park.
There is a lot of
Unless
signs.
you're a boat or a
And the
trailer.
parking places are about 25 feet long or 30 feet
Exactly.
long.
Yeah, it's
So it
pretty
looks
clear
a little
there.
weird. But anyway, it's sometimes people who aren't familiar with the town or what that lot is. But I can get another sandwich board. It'll take us 2 minutes to put it out every time. So, and if it saves people complaints and issues, then I think it's worth it.
Okay. And for the private events that take place or the fundraisers, stuff, the various, I know we have a lot of stuff going on in the park. I guess I know there's attendance for that. And I think the main thing is looking to make sure we recoup all of our costs and charge enough for every event because the costs do add up. And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they're included in the fee schedule of how many attendants they get. And I feel as though that's what we did this year to make it, before it was very, you had to choose 17 different categories to get to your
Right.
one final price. So we were
Right.
trying to make it simpler by saying, for this price, you get X, Y, and Z. But having gone through it this year, I think it makes sense for people to have X, Y, and Z. So I'm working on an updated fee schedule for
Okay,
you
good.
all to approve,
Good.
because I think that we could write it in a way that would be more clear. So
I would agree. And
Yes.
and I also want to, I know just running some of the events, doing clearly considering them each as their own event and cost associated somewhere in the whole for.
Yep.
And particularly like the race and stuff like that. I think we need to make sure we cover our town cost and
absolutely.
even the people that are quote salaried, make sure and add everybody in there because there is a cost. And a lot of y'all are spending a lot of time on those events
Yes.
as well. So
I think it's significant to note, along with the cost, the true cost of what it costs the town, it's also reserving where nobody else can use it or nobody can use that portion of it. So while you're doing that, I'd like for you all to consider some type of surcharge too. Not, say for instance, if it costs $10. Well, it costs us more than $10, the wear and the tear on things. We're not adding for the use of the bathroom a lot of times in these, and we know that water costs money. We know that toilet paper costs money. We know paper towels and soap costs money. We're not adding those. So once again, we're adding a donation to somebody, or excuse me, our taxpayers are making a donation. So I'd like for us to think about that too. So when you're crafting your number, when you're making your estimations, are you all okay with asking our event coordinator to look at those numbers?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'll come back with recommendations and backup for you just to take a look at, and then we can see where we want to go from there. Also, I know that when we have any sort of a large scale festival, anything that would be another large event, would be something that I go to the department head meeting and everybody needs to sign off on it before we go and approve something that is basically any event of any size. If it's a 30-person wedding, I don't take it to them, but if it's a 100-person wedding or really anything bigger than that, then we go there and we all talk about it at our department meetings.
Is council ever made aware of those prior to them happening? I mean,
That wasn't a request we had in the past, but it's
Yeah, I
certainly
didn't-
something we could do going
I didn't know.
forward. If we want to you want to set a parameter for if it's going to be an event that's the entire park that's taken up and it's going to drastically affect parking and the number of people that are going to be in the park. If it's something like that, I can certainly bring it to council to get it approved. If you'd like to have that.
even if we knew about it, I know I have to go to the calendar if
Yep.
people ask me, and sometimes
Yep.
the calendar doesn't give a lot of information. It just
Yeah.
says reserved.
I
But then
try to.
sometimes it
right.
says a certain festival and it
Mhm.
names it. It kind of varies.
Yeah, if it's a private person hosting a private event, I normally don't put who the person is on the calendar. But if it is a festival or something that's open to the public, then I do try to put what it is. But rather than putting people, I don't want to put people's names on there that I didn't ask about. So I just say wedding or
Right.
private
But
event.
to be clear, even if they book the park
Mm-hmm.
for an event, anyone, a resident can anyone can
Absolutely.
go really
Yep.
to the park. It's open.
And that's one of the things that's always discussed
Right,
with anybody
right.
who's booking it. The
Okay.
park's open to everybody all the time, and
Right.
you're welcome to use it for your private event. But
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
This a tag team? This a tag team?
Which page are we on first?
Eight.
We're on page 8.
8, 5.
8.
Expire, yeah. I'm 7.
7 and 8.
Oh, who's going first?
Yeah, that's what I said. Who's going? Fire's going first.
Yeah, fire's first.
Stan's going to speak for me, but we came up here together.
That's what we were wondering. What's going on? Let's see.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
All right, so do you have any questions about this line item? Or would you like to start with those capital projects?
Well, you know, we're just seeing this.
Yeah, give us a
So,
minute.
Okay,
give
I'm
us-
sorry.
No, that's okay. You probably didn't realize that we just got it.
And I think I had a question for fire because the thing I got that was somewhere, let me find it. So is this the correct number, the 3,360,000, Richard? Is that the correct one? Because there was another number, like in the updated graph I got
So,
coming back from lunch. So I wasn't sure. That might be Alicia question. I don't know, or
Yes.
Richard question.
please.
Because the one we just got had the fire updated at 3,453,665,000. In the document, the spreadsheets are in what was previously on this graph before lunch was a different number. So I was curious.
I'm assuming I missed a little bit of the first part of this meeting, and I was going to ask for clarification on the salary step program and the health insurance benefits, and that's what I'm assuming that's what that was. But I'll turn to Alicia and ask her for clarification there.
While she's doing that, I see a reduction in tires at $5,000. So you don't need any tires on any of the, I think you have a vehicle, the captain's all, we have, how many, tell us about how many vehicles we have.
We do. Bear with me one second.
Sure.
I'll go through that.
But it shows that we're having a reduction in tires, and we sure
I'll go through
have some
that
provisions if
program.
we have blowouts or any of that kind of stuff.
We do, and the majority of the small vehicle tires, they're not that expensive, but the large truck tires, they're really $1,000 a piece. So you think about our fire trucks, we have 4 large fire trucks. They have 6 tires each, so that's a lot. That's $1,000 a piece. We do our best to make those last, but it is what it is. You know, a lot of our turns and roundabouts wear and tear. So I'll go through our vehicles. We have 4 large trucks. One of those is a ladder truck. We have 2017 F-150. We have a 2018 Ram 1500 pickup. We have a 2018 Dodge 2500 pickup. We have a 2020 Explorer. We have 2 2022 Chevy Tahoes and 1 2025, we got a new F-150 last year. And that's not including 3 UTVs for the beach, 1 high clearance vehicle, 2 boats, and 2 jet skis. And each one of those boats and jet skis, the trailers have tires as well. So we really minimize those trailers and don't really tow them much, so they last as long as we can. Reducing that line item is just an attempt to try to cut and lower costs and things like that. I'm hopeful we can do that. It all depends mostly on the big truck tires.
We have 4 fire trucks, and how many trucks? Like a truck like you and the captain's drive. How many of those do we have?
7.
7?
7.
Okay. So that would be the fire chief, the deputy fire chief, 3 captains? No, you have 4 captains.
I do have 4 captains, but only one of them is assigned a vehicle.
Okay, so 1 captain.
1 captain.
That's 3. That's 3 trucks.
Mhm.
Who drives the other 4?
So Station 2 has a pickup truck, and that's a what we call a quick response vehicle. So on a lot of the sheets you see, it says QRV. And then at Station 1, we have the Ram 1500 and the Ram 2500. They're not assigned to anyone, but their duties are mostly pulling the jet ski or pulling the boats to the ramp.
Okay, so there, do you have a quick response vehicle at Station 1?
We have 2.
Two, and just one at Station 2.
Correct.
So the reverse of numbers. Gotcha.
Correct.
And the last time you bought tires for the, I hate to be trivial about this, but the last time you bought tires for these vehicles, was it this past year?
We've spent some money this year on tires. I believe we did 2 sets for the Tahoes. They're around about 30,000 miles. And the Explorer was early on in the year we did that. And we did front tires on the 2017 Fire engine as well this year.
There's a $5,000 reduction in tires. I mean, that's, somebody out there might be thinking that's not a lot, but that is a lot.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money in already a tight budget.
It is, and I just want to make sure that if we really don't need them, okay, but we sure don't want later on to say, oh, we need to buy some sets of tires.
Correct.
And then we have budget amendments, because I know our new finance director's not going to like that.
Were you asked to reduce that line item budget? Or I know there, I think there was a request to reduce some capital or look at expenses, whatever the request was.
That's it.
So is that why that got reduced?
It is. It is. I would prefer $10,000, and if we don't replace the tires, we don't replace the tires, and that money's still there.
You want 10 or 15?
15.
I'm sorry.
15 is what you had last
15
year.
is what you had.
15
You
would
want
be
15
would be
there.
ideal.
Okay.
And again, we only replace them if we need to.
Right.
You know, every year they're inspected annually by a third party, you know, truck mechanic, and he tells us, hey, tires are coming up or these are worn. You know, they have to pass inspection. So that's how we manage the tires.
Right.
You all were driving these vehicles, and you all were very, it's important that we keep you safe. I don't want you to have, personally, I wouldn't ask you to reduce that. If we had 15 last year, I just don't see us not needing that much.
I would appreciate that.
Well,
Great.
it's very concerning.
What else did you reduce? I mean, I see turnout gear is reduced by 5,000. Is that something you budgeted, or is that a reduction?
So that, again, that's part of the overall line item, trying to come down in a couple of items. That uniform is really it covers a lot of things. So it's more than just the day-to-day uniforms. Turnout gears is the largest portion of that. Turnout gear is roughly $4,500 a set, not including a helmet, gloves, boots. That really it's almost $6,000 to outfit a firefighter. So that's a lot of money in that. I think I can handle that $5,000 decrease in that line item, though. I think that would be one we can do.
Because what else did you reduce that week? Because we don't know what you reduced, I guess.
Well, equipment, it looks like equipment repair and maintenance that you reduced $2,500. And that's for our annual, testing of fire hydrants.
No, bear with me 1 second. So equipment repair is basically all the small tools. So think about chainsaws, cutters, thermal imaging cameras. A large portion of that is our SCBAs that are in the fire truck. So that's all third-party inspection, and occasionally they do have issues, and we have to repair that. So that's the biggest portion of that. I think we can manage that cut on that particular line item. Again, we have 2 repair line items, and we definitely cannot do that in the vehicle repair. That's something we can't do. But equipment repair, we can manage that.
So what else? What did you cut from the last time? What have you reduced at a trying to cut costs that was previously in your budget? So I'll go through the whole thing.
Okay,
so thank you.
Uniforms $5,000. I think we're okay there. Tires, I'm hearing that we can keep that original cost there. Bear with me. Everything we print off is so small here.
We know.
You don't have eyes to read it. Bring a magnifying glass.
So department supplies, $86.75. I think that's something we can manage out of this.
and then equipment repair 2,500, and that's it. Now, a couple of those things are down on the vehicle purchases and vehicle equipment, and some of the payments have been reduced as well. But as far as operational budget, that's it.
The security cameras that you presented to us,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
don't know, 6 weeks ago maybe,
Yes, ma'am.
they're not in this budget, is that right? You took those
They
out?
are. They
They are.
should be.
Where
Yes,
are
ma'am.
they?
That is department equipment 540. Now, overall, that line item shows we reduced it $370, but I think we bought a vehicle last year. That's why that is. But that covers the portable radio project, the carpet, and the security cameras.
So are these the same radios that Chief Claimer had talked about or not? I know there was some radio discussion.
All right, so we hadn't, I hadn't had any conversations with staff yet about reduced capital. I know we
Okay.
had kind of spitballed that just in case we needed to do that to help balance the budget, but we haven't done that yet.
Okay.
I wanted to get through today to see
Okay.
where we landed and see if that was something we had to do. The chief and I did have a conversation about those radios because of the option that we have through our cell phone vendor for more of a two-way communication, but I don't know that that's a 100% solution for what the chief's trying to get at.
Okay.
So those portable radios that he's requesting are still 100% in this budget.
Okay. And how much were those, off the topic?
Bear with
Okay.
me 1 second. That total cost just under $30,000.
Okay, right, 30. Okay. I know I had a note that those might be able to, the other thing might work. But so have y'all had a chance to research it or together or not yet?
There was a box sitting outside my door when I got in today that had
Okay.
those devices
Okay,
in
perfect.
it. So
Perfect.
they're
Okay,
not
good.
yet programmed or assigned, or we don't even know how
So
to
yet
use
to
them.
be determined if that could work or not. Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
I think it'll help with the beach operation for certain. Whether or not it's going to help with other operations remains to be seen.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
We're very hopeful.
Yeah.
It's, what is page 8 of 19, the 3 million, is that 350, 360?
360.
These numbers are small.
And they are.
3.36 is what we should be looking at to discuss personnel. And this has step amounts removed. So that's the accurate number.
Okay. So in theory, we need to add 5,000 to it, to that number for the tires, right?
Yes,
Is
if you're
that
going
all?
up
So add
5,000 for tires,
okay.
right?
Chief, what did you say? What's been removed?
Step.
Step.
Step and longevity. And that includes the COLA amount and the merit amount.
$3,365,270.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next up be the police. Stan, you gonna be the man.
Yeah. Look, I hope mine's that easy.
What page? Let me get to the right page. Sorry.
7,
Seven.
and I also have 19 for our beach patrol.
I had, yeah, okay.
Yeah, 18 is what you
18.
should be. 18.
Yeah, I don't-
Sorry,
I don't-
17.
Yeah. That,
17, 17, 19, 7 and 17.
Okay.
I know. It's like I'm
Yeah,
not seeing.
17 and 18 speed control.
That's on 19.
Thank goodness for page numbers.
I said the wrong. The second number said the first one. Ready? I don't think there's any changes since we spoke last to any of our items.
So on here, I must be looking at something wrong because it shows salary and wages that they've gone up 177, $280. Is that correct? $177,000 extra for police salaries and wages. I mean, I see all the other, the pension and the
310.
FICA and the health insurance, but it went up that much.
Let me look.
That's not a number that I come up with.
So last year it was $1,000,006.
Yep.
This year it's $1,778,000. So an increase of $177,000 just in the salary and wages line. That can't be right if it's a 2%.
My increase is in there for doing the dual role.
Okay.
It's not $177,000. Let's make that clear.
No.
Um,
Okay. Well, and likewise, the pension is going up $72,000. The 401k contribution looks like it's going up, not as much, but we have a 5% right 401k, and then the 5% of their salaries go in a 401k plan. And then for workers' comp, it doesn't look like the percentages, it just doesn't look right.
we always showed retirees out of that line. We have. Okay.
But you would have shown retirees last year as well too, right?
Yeah, that's
I
what I was
mean,
making
or do
sure
we
of.
have a new retiree?
No, not from last year.
Which one is retiree in, you're saying?
In that 121, that first line salary and wages.
But it would have been in there last year as well,
Mhm.
so it's not like that's not, okay, well,
Okay.
That's why I wanted to be sure that we always showed them in that line.
just circle back around with us on that, because we know that's not, I mean, it can't be right.
Part
I
of
see
the
how.
confusion may be that the book we picked up a week ago showed 1.839 million in salaries, and the newest ones we got today shows 1.778 in salary, million in salary. So there's a already a difference there of about $60,000, which probably could be one officer or something.
So some of the reasons why it's different than a couple weeks, or last week, is because you moved some of the things out of accommodation tax. Is that correct? You want to speak on that?
I thought they did that.
Was taken out.
We're not talking about STEP. I know y'all want to talk about STEP, but we're not talking about STEP.
Well, that was in the original binder.
Was that the
Okay.
original $9 million for personnel cost? Is that the number? Because I think it's changed, because these spreadsheets we got Friday are different.
You took out beach patrol, part of beach patrol, and put that over there in the accommodations budget. I think that might be.
We took 40% of Tracy's salary and moved to accommodations tax, but that should have been in both the binder budget and the one we just sent out.
Right.
But the binder budget happened to have this, if you wish, STEP program or whatever you want to call it.
Yes, sir.
Whereas this one does not have it. It's
Right.
got the 2.5% and 2% or whatever.
Right.
Okay.
This has the 2% merit and 2.5% cost of living adjustment.
Yes, they both had that.
So that'd be 4.5%.
Yes.
Your, I call it the wellness program for our law enforcement officers. Is that in this budget?
Yes, ma'am. We got it under dues and subscriptions. So it will be a subscription to that wellness app.
I think that's a worthy cause when we have our law enforcement officers. Today when we walked into this building, we kind of expected to have some safety. But I don't go outside my life expecting to catch a bullet or not knowing when you're serving somebody's needs, what you're going to deal with. And I know that you all deal with a lot of stuff, and mental health is extremely important to our nation. And for the $8,500 that it costs, I think that's very wise for us to invest in our law enforcement officers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for
So
that.
thank you for keeping that in the budget.
And Stan, is this for the 21 personnel? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have 20 sworn, and then our administrative assistant.
Okay, because that's what I was showing on this, one of my spreadsheets, whichever one.
The increase in the part-time, is that in here? We looked at part-time.
We did add that. Is that's still in, right? Yes.
Because we've got 365 days at 25 at 9,100, correct? That's still
I'm sorry.
9,100 for on call. Police,
Yes.
is that right?
Yeah, 365 times.
Does this budget include the increase we have for your administrative assistant?
That was, we asked for a reclassification of that position that was removed as part of staff.
Okay. We had a
Definitely happy to
consensus
have
vote
it.
on that to,
I'm sorry.
we did take a consensus vote to actually make that approval. I'm talking about the reduction, but to give that bump in salary, we did take a consensus vote on that.
We talked about that in our initial budget presentations. It was talked about then.
Okay.
Was that position already approved for the reclassification at a meeting? For some reason, I was thinking that was brought up.
It was presented during the initial capital presentations. By
Okay,
by
just
the
during that.
departments.
Okay. We have
Yeah.
had so many meetings, it's hard to keep track a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it wasn't step, but it was included with that step.
correct.
Because it was what she does is significantly more than what the classification she has as
Right.
an administrative assistant.
So it's almost like that personnel is taking on a new role because of the reclassification. Would you say that?
And she's taken on more than a role. She's taken on multiple roles in our department. She does
Right.
so much more than
Right.
just answer a phone or enter. She does a lot. And I was under the impression that the reclassification was not part of STEP. It was just something we requested because of the work that she performed.
And that's what I was thinking, it was different.
It was.
than the step.
It was
It is
different. It
different.
was March the 4th when we met.
Yeah.
You presented, our police chief, or both of you all presented what she was going to do extra, that she was actually absorbing another half of a position. And the slight increase that we're giving her, that we all voted on, we gave you the thumbs up on. So that's in here. So to clear up, it's nothing extra that anybody added. You presented it, somebody presented it,
Not in
one of the
here.
two. I know we met March the 5th, and that's when we approved that.
Yeah.
Well, it's in my spreadsheet that,
It's not in this.
It's not in.
It's not on page
here.
7 of 19.
oh, it's not in there. Oh,
No,
okay.
it
Oh,
needs
it's
to be
in mine
added.
here.
I'm sorry.
It needs to be added then, because we did approve that.
Well, I had that one and the one in Carrie's inspections as ones that were, I guess, outside of the step. of
What's the difference on
discussions.
that one? You know the number.
It's
$54.90.
like $5,400.
Yeah.
$490.
Well, that's what's on one of my spreadsheets. So. Yeah. I guess we might need to see a reprint out of these that shows what compiles these other spreadsheets, because we've not seen that. Does that make sense? We've seen various variations of it.
Officer Berganus, the cameras, they appear to be in here.
Yes, ma'am.
We're purchasing some of those this fiscal year, or not. We thought we could find some money.
We purchased cameras for our interview room.
Okay.
That may be what you.
I remember now, you had talked with the vendor because we were afraid that price would not be honored.
Computers. That was
That
computers.
was computers.
Okay. And is that in here?
Yes, ma'am. And as I reported earlier, we were able to secure the price that I presented. So
Right. Okay, good. Thank you.
we can dig a little further into that salary line and figure out if that increase is accurate or if there's a number off in there somewhere.
Yeah, and there were some,
It's like an 11% increase,
yeah,
which I can't understand why it would be.
yeah. Yeah, some of those I wasn't sure either, so maybe it could have just been a typo or something. And there again, in telecommunications, I would just make sure the funding's right for that cost. I know y'all increased it by 5,000, but just make sure, because some of those.
Yeah, that's ours are a little unique because we have cell phone and a MiFi, like a wireless hotspot, if you will, in the cars that powers the computers.
Right.
And those usually stay pretty consistent, but yeah, we can verify that number for certain.
Just to make sure we got it all covered, because some of that telecom stuff was a little wonky.
Yeah.
On the cell phones.
Anything else for police?
I don't think so. The gas and oil went down for the beach patrol. Is that by 5,000? Is that?
Yes. We just inverted some numbers. That's just based off historical data that we've learned we've been doing this for 2 years, and we're kind of getting accurate how much we're actually spending. So that's where that came in.
Okay. Just making sure we have enough of that.
Yeah. 17.
Changing the way that we patrol the beach too is going to help, I think, with fuel costs instead
Yeah.
of just wearing the tires out on those things driving up and down the beach street.
Yes.
Any other questions on the beach patrol stuff? No questions on beach patrol.
I think so.
Next up's the AT fund.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're doing accommodations. So accommodations, we talked about both the police, the fire, and events that come out of accommodations. Is there anything else out of accommodations that we haven't touched on? I don't know if there's anything else in accommodations.
Yeah. I know I had asked some questions regarding the accommodation fund. And we, asked about moving the event stuff into that fund, some of the events personnel and costs. And we also were asking about some of the roads that are roads for tourists use a lot. We mentioned Clubhouse Road. We mentioned some of the dirt roads on the island to see. And I know Alicia had researched that some, and some of it was a little questionable whether we could do that or not. But anything to think out of the box there to see that what we could use. And I was even thinking, some of our beautification of the town, from the flowers to landscaping, or things that also enhances us as a tourist town. Is that, stuff that we could possibly roll in some to or not? Don't know the answer. Just some of it. It sounds like other things other towns use at times for their accommodations tax dollars. And I personally feel like, in looking at our dollars, what we collect, we're on the low end. And I know I've sent some stuff over to look into where some companies, what they're showing they charge for their accommodations tax is not the correct amount, what they're charging. And so I think we want to look at a whole, are we collecting the revenue we should be collecting on accommodations tax? Because you can look at searches of what's available in our town for rentals, and never seen what y'all get on your back end. And I know it's a little, not quite got clear direction on what y'all receive as the town on the accommodations tax, but to me, we need to look at that and make sure we are receiving our our dollars from folks and that they're being reported correctly, because some of the listings that are online are not collecting that correctly by the listings online for the rentals. And some are by agencies and some are by private ones listings as well. So I don't know if that's ever been looked at here, but in doing some queries on stuff, it seems like we could be missing hundreds of thousands of dollars that we should be receiving in accommodations tax.
I remember the town contracting with a
Yeah,
vendor
the contracted
did.
with a service
that
to
was
watch
supposed
out
to
for
do
that.
it, but I don't
They
think it
didn't
ever
do a
got off
good
the
job.
ground. I don't think it ever got off the ground, did it?
Well,
They never got it
there
together.
was
They
5
did
or
the
6
deadline.
months late in getting anything started, and we finally, I think it was finally said, no, just stop.
That
6
ties
months we paid you for your contract, and we've got nothing, so just, it's over.
In December or January, when I spoke with the previous finance director, she told me that contract had
Expired.
Yeah, they never come across what they're supposed to come
No.
out with.
Well, it's pretty clear that in queries, it seems we're under receiving funds, so.
Are there other vendors
so-
that we could use? I mean, surely other municipalities have the same concern, and they may be able to provide some type of, I don't know, referral or reference to somebody who they have satisfactory services with. Because it seems like, as Ms. Batchelor's stating, we're leaving a lot of money on the, well, it's not even coming to the table, it's off the table, that we sure could use for some of our needs that we have.
Most of the money we're losing is probably VRBOs, because they're not going through our normal realtors who would fill out the forms, collect the tax, and
Yeah.
let us
Do you
know.
recall if the vendor that you all had previously, did they go after the VRB?
They were gonna go VRBO, go through Facebook listings,
Everything.
all that stuff,
Okay.
and they obviously bit off more than they could chew.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think some other tourist towns would be able to provide some insight on who they use, or maybe some best practices that they use or something, so that we can collect these funds.
And some are done in-house by staff in-house, and some are outsourced. But some of the large agencies are not collecting it properly on their website, on their listings. So to me, my concern is that an error just on the listing itself, and it's on numerous listings, not just one. Then if you go to, then how do they compute it that then results in what check is then cut to the town?
Mhm.
And that's the piece I've heard, that some of the info comes in and it's not cat. So I just think that whole process needs to be looked at, because like I said, based on some queries I've done, it appears that there should be more potential for more. And we are very rented out at time. We are a very destination for folks. So if there's money that somehow we need to look into it to see.
I've got a separate question on the entire budget, which I don't think I've seen it in any, and it did come up in prior discussions on budget, and that there was, in the past, donations made to nonprofits who actually provide great services to the town. And I didn't see anything in the budget now. Was that addressed at all by either of you? There was things like Sunset Vision, the Veterans Association. There were a couple of others that were the planetarium in Old Bridge. The question is was that brought up to you at all? Or?
I'd polled the council on that, and the consensus was not to fund the nonprofits in this budget. So it's not included in this budget that you have before you.
Nobody polled me, that's okay.
The whole group got the email.
You were on the email. You didn't answer.
I'm very sorry. I'll have to look. I'll have to look.
I mean, you're welcome to, I guess, have that further conversation now.
It's up. I brought it up. I'm not going to.
Fair enough.
I'm not going to push the issue. Not right now. I just think that if we're going to, there was a discussion at the same time about the events coordinator charging these same groups, 2 of them at least, for using the town activity center, okay, or once a month. If we're going to still do that, then we better not expect the various nonprofits, if you wish, to donate anything back to us. Like the telescope that we got for $10,000.
Sure.
So that's all. It's got to be both. If you can do them both, that's fine.
So what you're saying, Mr. Boswell, is it's got to be a balance or a give and take. It's what you're saying. I understand it.
And we can't ask them to pay for us and then expect them to give us free $10,000 telescopes. Okay, as an example.
One of the things, if we're finished with that section, one of the things that we didn't have on the
Public
agenda,
buildings.
we overlooked public buildings. If we can flip to page 5. This budget for public buildings shows a reduction of over $500,000, $629,000. To be exact, professional services is down $100,000, which is project engineering. Townwide supplies will not come out of this line, go to specific departments. An increase in utilities for electric, water, and sewer, $55,000. Repairs and maintenance to the building, to all public buildings rather. I'm sorry, it's not just this building, including our landscaping contract.
The landscaping contract, I know you all sent it out for bid. I think, yes, it was last council meeting that we approved those RFQs.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get responses from those?
We did. We have 2 responses that will be on the June agenda.
Okay.
And we have a contract that runs through June.
Great.
June 30th.
Great. Good to know there's interest out there to help the town.
Contracted services, there's a note there that include what that includes, that were adjusted to some of the departments. Liability insurance, of course, has a bit of an increase. Infrastructure shows there was $535,000 that was budgeted. I'm sorry, $785,000 that was budgeted in the previous fiscal year. 500,000 of that was for the improvements to Sunset Boulevard, in front of the town park, with an extra $250,000 for improvements to this building, which some of that is being spent in this fiscal year. You're going to see some improvements before long. Apartment parking, what's the 25,000 for parking?
That's a new line item this year, just to make it easier to track the parking expenses, because we have to keep the parking revenue separate.
So you're showing a cost of 25,000 and then the revenues in the other, like you're keeping it in the same. That's going to be the new parking line item.
Yes, I think before it was in another line item, just an operating budget. So it's just easier for me to track if we just add a new separate line item.
You don't have to do a separate spreadsheet.
Right.
Exactly. That's great.
For the pest I'm sorry, you go ahead, Ms. Batchelor.
Okay. On the talking about the infrastructure, and you talked about the parking there between the town park and Dave's. And we know that was done, that was reworked. Visually, it seems there needs to be some more rework to it. Those big old stones that are in there, I've seen many folks almost injure themselves trying to walk across that. Then you've got the big high bumpers, I call them, that people, as you can tell, all the black marks on them are running over them. Some have busted tires. Didn't know if we are going to, if we do have a new engineering company, or should we, from the matter of safety, look at trying to fix that, because right now I view that as an unsafe area. I also feel like we need a crosswalk across there, which I know has been discussed with the NCDOT, but those big stones in there in those bumper, I just feel like that's unsafe for our residents. And so many people walk across there for our events at the park that are used so much. So didn't know if we should look at doing something there. I know at times you had discussed that y'all knew there needed to be something done there, but I didn't know if we're going to look at doing something there if others feel like that's unsafe there, because I hear that a lot from people, and I've witnessed people, other people having to hold people to walk across it, because some of it, you about half people are walking across that all the time, whether they should be or not. Didn't know.
Yeah, it wasn't discussed as a project that would be in this fiscal year. It's something that we can add for sure. Will that $25,000 in that line for parking cover that? It depends how much our staff is able to do. If we're talking about removing the rocks and replacing it with sod, for example, I would imagine that's something that our staff could do. As far as those concrete berms, if you will.
Right.
That might be above their pay grade. That might be something we
Well,
have
I
to
know some
contract
were
out.
cut back for the fire truck. I was
They
told
were.
to get in there, but even the department infrastructure, where it was 785,000 this year, and we've got 250,000 or so left this year in there. I didn't know if that was going to be used for anything or not. I guess I was thinking more for that line item, because that's where it was initially part of. And to me, that project is not as it should have been delivered to the residents from a safety standpoint. Just my perspective on that.
I agree with you. It would be nice to know how much it does cost. As you said, the Public Works Department could easily pick the rocks up and put down sod, but the bumpers or curbing, the bumpers and the curbing, for them to move that, it would be nice to get a quote on that just to see what it is and let us evaluate, because that is a safety concern. And if we know, now that we've announced it, we know it's a safety concern. We've talked about it before. We've talked about it several times, and I think it would behoove us to at least look at it.
And to me, I don't know if sod would work there, because you would have to put irrigation to keep it alive. But even if you had, we seem to have a lot of this gravel 57 slate that's used. Even if something else was put in there, or not even that, but even small gravel that would pack down, or the Bermuda rock type of stuff, because those big rocks, people are turning their, it's just not very safe to walk on, and that's what's happening.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, the idea is to keep people from trying to cross the rocks to go over to the other side, correct? I hate to say maybe not the most attractive idea, but the easiest is to put a 3-foot cyclone fence straight across that area, so people know they can't go over and they have to walk the street around to get to the other side.
Yeah.
It's a deterrent. It says, this thing, you can't jump this, so walk around.
Right.
Because people tend to think, oh, I can make it, and they don't.
Yeah.
And that may be a quick solution for now.
Yeah. Something, because to me, I just feel like somebody's going to get hurt there.
That type of fence doesn't cost that much.
No, shouldn't.
Yeah. So just a thought, as long as it looks nice.
Yeah.
Well,
when we have funds in this budget, is what I was getting at.
Well, we're having, the flooring's being replaced. We're doing some painting.
Right.
The partition out here but I would imagine we're probably going to have over 50,000 remaining in that line this year.
Okay.
So I'll get with Matt and see what we can do.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can we put it in the roads? Can we put some money in the roads?
Yeah, we need
Well,
lots
when
of money
we're
in
trying to
roads.
find money in the roads, it looks like we should, whatever's left over, with all these line items, if we come in under budget, it would be so good to deliver a road or half a road to our community, because we should have some money left over in this current budget that we're in now.
We will.
I definitely don't have some.
Yes, and
I've been listening to you, but I'm looking for the email you sent me.
So it works just on the equipment.
I'll get to you after.
course. All right.
Chief, one question.
Yes, sir.
So, going back to professional services, you said, we're reducing that by $100,000? That's the way I'm looking at that?
Yes, we had 150,000 budgeted for this fiscal year.
Yeah.
And we're asking for 50.
Do you think whatever decision we make tonight as far as engineering firms that we would, to me, I'm thinking we're going to exceed that $50,000 we have. Looking at if we've spent 142 already this year.
I don't know what projects we have. I mean, can't think of any new projects on the horizon that we would
Well, I mean,
be that involved with the
Yeah.
engineer. I mean, there'll be some catchment projects.
yeah, I see what you're saying. So we want depending on how this vote goes, the current contractor we're using, we want him to finish out Catchment 7, the ribbon.
Certainly.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
What about Majestic Oak? Would we have
And
them?
have them, I would say if
Continue
they're
to have-
starting it, let them finish it.
I think let them finish
It'd be the
it.
smartest thing to do.
If we vote.
Absolutely. What we just talked about as far as the situation down there in front of the park and Dave's Outpost. It's a good idea about filling this thing in, maybe with a smaller stone and make it more walkable. The whole idea behind that and those cuts in the curbing is to allow the water to drain into it. So it might be a better way to go if we can put some stone there. I don't think there's a drain in the bottom of it. I think that's designed just to hold water and just let it evaporate. So we just want to, later on, as we're talking about this, we're going to do something there without a doubt. But after we make my opinion is, after we make a decision on who we're going to take as far as a engineering firm, that might be something we want to ask them. And also, we talked about crosswalks and stuff like that. There's a lot of people that come down West Canal and cross on the backside. They pass Fletcher's. So is there a business need for a crosswalk on that back end of that also in that same area? Going from one side, like from the side of Dave Outpost over to the park. Those are some things we probably ought to take into consideration. Now that the restaurant is open, there's more traffic and everything down there. We need to kind of have some sort of a safety boundary to call it that, just to have people in a place that was safe for them to walk instead of trying to walk in between the cars and the rocks. It's just something to think about, but this is just kind of a thing from a safety standpoint to the walking public. We probably ought to have just a little bit of somebody to kind of sign off on it and say, and also if you stand on Dave's and look across the street to the park where you come out of the exit, we're going to have to do something. If a crosswalk goes in there, we're going to have to do something on that side of the street, on the park side of the street, to get people into the park, where we might have to take some of that curve out of the existing pieces that are there now and create a walkway through there. Because if we put a crosswalk in, it would just be a crosswalk to the area where the curbing is and the rocks, if that makes sense to you. But here's the thing. I don't know the exact boundary between us and the Department of Transportation there. So this might be something that would also, fall on DOT as far as getting their stamp of approval or seeing what they thought, where their boundary is, I guess.
Chief Claimer, you've looked into this, or started looking into this, and also at 40th Street, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. So as the road becomes, as you're heading toward the waterway, once you get past Shoreline Drive, that becomes a town road. It's our street. So we could put a crosswalk.
It would fall on us.
You're talking about, yeah, we could put one there.
All right.
Historically, my experience from the policing side of it is people are going to take the path of least resistance. And if you look at the rope fence that's at the park, how many people do we see every event we have stepping over the rope fence? Some people have fallen stepping over the rope fence because there are places where they could go easily, but that would require walking to those. So unless we had some sort of barricade to prevent people from going anywhere but the crosswalks, they're still going to cross wherever they want to cross, between parked cars, across the road. I think the crosswalk is needed, though. I think we need to have it. We need to show people this is where you should safely cross the road. And then if they don't, it's on them. We've provided them with a safe place to cross. I think you're right, though, having somebody look at that area and give us a recommendation on what is the best fit for that area. If it's what we have with a few modifications, then so be it. If it's a rework, then come back to you and tell you what we need.
Yeah, I think also coming from the traffic circle to the stop sign, passing Mavericks, there's should be some signs there indicating a lane shift at the stop sign. And if you come from the boat dock and you stop at the stop sign, right across the street from you is a sign that shows you like what might be referred to as like a symbolic lane change, where the lane shifts because of the island being there. You don't have that coming from the traffic circle down. And if you have it on one side, it's more than likely you need it on the other side too. We don't have that. So in the grand scheme of things, yeah, should from a traffic engineering standpoint, that would be something we want to make sure we've got the correct signage through there also.
And that part is NCDOT.
Okay.
That would be there.
Even if that lane shift is on our right of way,
we put it on our right of way.
Yeah.
Without NCDOT's involvement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that lane is strange.
It is.
Any other council comments?
Before, I'm sorry. Yeah, we have public comments next. I need clarification on one thing before we get to adjournment. So whatever order you want to go.
We can go ahead and do public comments right quick, and then you can come back with it.
Okay.
Public comments on agenda items. I'll leave people. All right, ain't none. All right, now go ahead, Chief.
I know there was some conversation when we first started this meeting on the salary amounts for the step that was removed and the 25% dependent care. Is that the direction going forward? Are we staying with that proposal?
Say that again.
Yeah.
Are we staying with what you saw presented to you today with the step, the removal of the step, and the 25% dependent care?
I'm a
Just
no
so
on
we
that.
know
No.
going forward.
On the dependent care, we were going back to what we had, which is, I believe, 50%, correct?
It's currently in front of you at 25.
I know, but currently this budget year, it's 50%, right?
It's currently at 50%. Yes, sir.
We had that discussion earlier, and I think it should remain at 50.
Good. You said that was $54,000.
Yeah,
give or
54,000.
take.
How much is it totally? Is it $108,000 to pay dependent coverage? And how many employees is that? I'm not asking names, not asking departments, but how many are using that benefit?
It's 110 roughly total. So if you reduce it to 25%, you'll save about 55,000. But 54,000 is in the general fund, and some of that is in the accommodations tax once we move those salaries over.
And roughly how many employees is this?
I would probably say 28, 29 employees, if I had to say.
What do we offer to the other employees that don't get this benefit? Do we offer them anything?
We offer them the benefit. They elect not to take it.
Well, if they don't have a dependent, I mean, if they don't
If
have,
they get married.
well,
I know what
we're
you're
not
saying.
gonna, we're not going to be illegal and tell somebody they need to get married, Mr. Postle. What do we offer to someone that doesn't have a child or a spouse? Do we offer them, if 28 people, actually, I think it's $4,000 or $5,000 that we're offering to those employees, but we're not offering anything to the other employees that don't have a spouse or a dependent, a child.
They don't receive any sort of stipend for not taking that health care.
I think that's my concern with it, is it's not something that every employee can even receive or does receive. And in some benchmarking, that is not a benefit that's typically offered across the board to employees. And think about.
I'm not for taking anything away that's been given already. That's like an Indian giver. You take it back. I mean, that's something that's been in there. I mean, if it's something you want to look into as far as future, I can see that. But as far as, I mean, it's almost like a grandfather clause to me. I mean, they've been getting it and now you're gonna take it away, or the, person that is here has a baby or gets married or whatever, that's already in the system. But as far as future, to me, it's just like the step stuff. We said we were gonna do it and then they took it back or whatever. That's understandable because that was set up at a whole different, it was off. I mean, we know the numbers was off because we were never given any kind of numbers in any shape or form as far as what we thought it was going to be, because it was all up in the air to see where we was at, and it came in at a shocking amount. So,
Yeah.
Would it be possible to reduce something else? We have a 2% merit and a 2.5% COLA. Would it, because I understand what you're saying. They're used to having it. We don't know what entities do. Well, I know what they do. I've done a survey, and it's a rare benefit. But I understand that we've had it for years. But would it be something else that we could not offer this year? So, because we do not have a balanced budget right now. When you look at the numbers, we're taking out a fund balance. We do not have a balanced budget. So we've got to take something. And it's in no way that we don't appreciate the employees. The employees are our most valuable asset. We want to be able to retain our employees. We want them to feel appreciated. But at the same time, the benefits are increasing. Just like we would with any business that we were running, we have to look at our cost. If you would think about our taxpayers as our owners, as our stakeholders, we want to give them a dividend. We want to give them excellent services, but the excellent services are costing us. We're paying a 2% merit. We're doing a 2.5% cost of living adjustment. We're putting in a 5% in their 401k. We're paying for a long-term disability. We're paying for a lot of nice, rich benefits. And I think we're proud of those benefits, but in order to balance this budget, something's got to give. And that's why when we talked about this, it was to look at reducing it at 25% to see what the numbers were. And that's, 50, 54, it's $108,000 for the whole benefit, and then $54,000 for, half the benefit that they've gotten now. So we all want a lot of things, but we have got to balance this budget, and it is not anywhere near balanced. We didn't take anything out. We added things today. I don't know what we're going to take out so that we can even get more we're not balanced now, and it's at 25%. So in theory, if you all like the 50%, and that's the way the majority goes, okay, but what are you going to take out? Because we cannot have an unbalanced budget. It's against the law to do that. And I am not familiar with anybody that takes out a fund balance the way that this budget is taken out of the fund balance to balance this budget.
And go ahead, Sean.
Alicia, can you help us with what Ms. Batra is saying as far as what she's talking about? Is it not uncommon to take money out of a fund balance to balance a budget?
Well, I always did that when I was at my former employer.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have the funds. We didn't have any other way to balance it.
Okay, so it does happen.
Yes.
How much are we taking out of fund balance this year to balance with this budget?
It's on the pie chart that
Yeah.
you had that was presentation.
Somewhere in all my stuff. It's right now it's $241,650. Plus we brought forward appropriations from inspections funds balance for his vehicle for $45,000. So to balance just the general expenses is $241,650.
I think we talked about that earlier, that's not a dip into the savings. It's not a dip into that 106% that we currently have in the fund balance. There's an anticipated carryover from the current fiscal year budget that we're in of probably $500,000. which if we take 241,650 out of that, or if we take 300 out of that, it's going to leave us potentially another 200 that we could add back into fund balance.
Yeah, it's just you're paying Peter to pay Paul here, and we're taking out of funds that we're not receiving in the fiscal year moving forward also. So in a way, you're still doing that. You're.
I understand.
And I would like to propose that as a council we think on this, meet on this. I know Katie and I have done a lot of research on the past numbers, how our costs, where they are relating to personnel, the benefits, research on that. And our plan was to present that tonight in closed session to give everybody a chance to think on it before our next meeting, because we all know this is not something anybody wants to do or look at, but when you see some of the numbers and how it's increasing, I mean, the original budget we were about just for personnel was $9 million. That was spending every $4 received, 3 of those go to personnel. So when all of those numbers keep compounding up, I benchmarked out several more years out where we're going to be at. We're going to be over $12 million just in personnel in a few years, because the way everything compounds in. And we as a council need to look at that, I feel like, to make sure we know if we don't look at something, our taxes are going to have to go up. We're not going to have money to do projects that we want to do, like roads and stormwater and other projects to make our town wonderful. We know we need to stay. We also know we need to stay competitive in the marketplace to keep employees. So it's going to be a balancing act, and we've got data to share that literally will show you some things are pros in one way, some are cons in another way. But we would like to be, I guess, before we make a decision, to even y'all to be able to see that and look at it and look at the numbers, because everything's increasing, as we know, but our personnel costs have more than doubled in the last 4 years. And some of those are due to, in several years, there was 7% cost of living given, and then also 3% merit. So for like 2 years in a row, employees could get a 10% increase in their salary. So when you increase the salary, that then increases a lot of the benefits, like the pensions that are 23 to almost 25%, the 401k match, all of that. So, and it's not something fun to discuss, but I do feel like we need to look at it and objectively and think about it long and hard what we're going to do, and whether we do something this year or not, just look at it to look at the numbers to see where we're going to be, because it's just going to keep increasing, and that's the facts.
It's very hard to discuss this. I mean, we've got employees in the room. We do not want them to think we don't appreciate them. But we've been told that the employees have not been given raises, and we found out that in 2022 and in 23, both years, 22 and 23, that employees got a 10% increase in their salaries. And that's we're afraid that we keep increasing. We're going to compound ourselves out of having anything that we can buy. We're not going to be able to buy tires. We don't want to be like some of the places that I've worked, and some of the place that you left, where you did have to take money out of fund balance, but not in a community like Sunset Beach should we be taking out of money like we're doing, so that we can to have salaries. The salaries have doubled in the whole budget has doubled in the last 4 years. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of taxpayer dollars. And I think we all need to look at that, because we are supposed to be stewards of public money. Again, it is a very hard discussion. And
So I still don't have a direction, but I guess the question I have then is, do we want to try to reduce that fund balance dip? Let's try to eliminate that as well. If we have to take off another $241,000, then it's going to reduce a lot more than 25% dependent care. So if we don't want to bring any money from fund balance, I guess I need a direction of what to come back with. And do we have a date set to come back as well? I want to be sure that we have that before we adjourn this meeting. I don't know that we have.
Yeah. I guess I was hoping it would be balanced as my version of balance of not pulling from the fund balance. Realizing if the funds are earmarked for certain things, but is what I guess I would consider as balanced. So that's how I do my own account affairs. Is I don't go into my savings.
Chief, we did get a message regarding a budget session on the 6th, on 2 weeks from today.
Mm-hmm.
And my question is, if you're looking for us to meet again, we could do it again at 10 o'clock in the morning and spend a couple hours to go over some of the issues. I mean, rather than wait till June when we have to actually.
I think that would be smart. Yeah, we don't want to wait till June.
Because it was proposed, the first one was May the 14th at 1. Did we hear back from?
I had heard there was
Really?
4 different dates. There was like
Yeah, there was-
Monday,
Yeah, that's what I got. I knew
Thursday.
that one week, the 18th
Yeah, there were
week is
4
when I'm
days.
out of town that
Yeah.
week. but
Mondays I
any of the
work,
other
so
days.
it's really hard for me to be here on Mondays.
Okay. Well, the 14th was a Thursday.
I'm
at
off every
1
Thursday.
o'clock. This
Yeah, she
14th
sent it
at
out
1
to us.
o'clock. Did everybody respond to Kimberly?
I
I was
did.
trying to say I did, yeah.
I respond to Kimberly.
So is that day good? The next Thursday at 1
Let's see.
or not?
Yeah, next Thursday the 14th, yeah. I think that was one of the
Because
ones I
Katie and
said.
I proposed some dates
Yeah.
and times just to try to get something scheduled because we need,
That
we need
Thursday
it
the
on our
14th,
calendars.
is everybody good on that day?
Yeah, 1 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
We can go ahead and do morning if that's good for y'all.
I can't do
I'll do
one.
10.
What's the date again?
I can do 1. I
14th,
can't do
next
10.
Thursday.
Thursday the 14th.
So, yeah, Sunset Beach Market is Thursday morning, that's all.
When
You
y'all clear
said
on the
10 a.m.?
14th? Let's do 10 a.m.
I can't do 10. I can do 1.
What kind of, 1 o'clock?
1
Well, 1
o'clock.
o'clock.
1 o'clock's good.
Yeah, 1 o'clock on the 14th. That's next
Good.
Thursday. That works.
No, we said 10 a.m. You said 10 or 1?
She can't be here at
can't
10,
be here at
so
10.
if we could change it to the 14th at 1
14th at
o'clock,
1.
that should be good for everybody.
Okay, when's our next one going to be? Because we're probably going to need another one.
The 18th.
Like
But
I
you're
said,
out
I'll
of
be
town.
out of town on the
Can do the
18th.
18th.
We had another one, the 20 something.
The 21st, a Thursday
20-something.
at 1.
I'm out of town that whole week.
That whole
there.
week, okay.
So the next date I think was it the 26th?
May the 29th at 9 a.m.
29th? Okay, on a Friday, yeah. So is anybody good on that Friday?
But are we, because we're supposed to vote on it that next Monday.
I'm
right?
gone that Friday.
Yeah. Fridays I work also. I mean, I get off at
What
around
about
3.
what about that Thursday? There's nothing on that Thursday. Does
Eight
I
anybody
can
have
do 1.
the 28th? Does anybody have anything on that day?
Nope, good with that.
So it's going to be May 14th at 1,
And then
May
if needed, the
18th.
28th.
May 18th at 1, so we can let our deputy clerk know to notice
The
the public.
18th is the one I won't be here, but I mean, y'all welcome to have it, but I won't be here. I'm out of town that week. The other one was the 28th, if you wanted to wait. till
So the
28th.
28th, well, we almost need to schedule several, I think. Because we've got to need to vote on it. I mean, we need to close it out June 1st, right? And this is really our first meeting covering this.
I thought we had all the way up to the end of June, didn't we?
We
Well,
do,
we'd
we
have
can
to
have
have
another
another
meeting,
meeting.
and we'll have to notice the,
Public. Just
Public.
like
Have to have another
yeah.
meeting.
Yeah, so in order to have
Has to be in before.
10 days notice to the public, you present the proposed budget June 2nd or June 5th, public hearing on June 16th through anywhere the week of the 16th, 19th, and then adopt the budget before the end of the month, for the end of June, so that we're in compliance. The other option would be to present the proposed budget 10th or the 12th, the public hearing the 23rd, 26th, and then adopt the budget between June 25th and July 1.
so if we
Now, we
notice
have
the
it on our calendar for June 1 to present it. Are we not doing
It's
that?
just on the original calendar.
So if we notice the public today is May the 4th, and we're proposing to have it on the 14th at 1 o'clock. It's 2:45 right now. We'd have to have it at 3 o'clock, or, I mean, for the 10 hour.
To get the
No, I don't know what you're talking about, 10 days. This is a special call meeting, so it's not, it would be 2 day, it would be a 48-hour rule. I'm not sure what you're talking about, the 10-day. But we do have enough. You're talking about the public hearing?
So if we're not ready for presentation of this
He's talking about.
final budget until
he's talking
after
about
May
June.
29th.
But the meeting on the 14th, we're good to have that,
The
correct?
14th at 1 is good,
We
and
got
then
plenty
y'all
of
said
time
the
to-
28th at 1, right? And do we need to schedule one that week you're gone as a backup? I know, but I mean,
Y'all
we're
can
just
schedule.
running out.
Y'all can schedule. it. That's no
Hold up
problem.
just a second,
I don't
you all.
do it anyway. So,
So we're noticing the public about a budget ordinance. You only have to notice them one time. You don't have to notice them every time we meet after that. So if we've already noticed them one time that we're having it, whatever date that is, and then we have the public hearing for the budget. We have the public, whatever night that is, it's the first Monday in June. Then if we have to meet thereafter to approve a budget, we don't have to keep noticing the public the 10 days. We just have to notice them 48 hours. Would you all like to?
It's be easier.
Your balanced budget, between the time that you have a balanced budget and the time that you adopt it, there has to be at least 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
So we can still have the meeting on the 14th. You can have a meeting on May 18th, and you can have a meeting on the 29th. That's fine. But at the time that you have a balanced budget, until you actually approve or adopt the budget, there has to be a waiting period of 10 days. So you will not be able to continue to adjust the budgets or make tweaks on it on up until May 29th and assuming or approve it at your June meeting. There will not be enough time in between those two.
I didn't mean us approve it. I mean us present it. Present it. I thought we were supposed to present it at the June 1st meeting.
And then we have to
and
have.
then we'll have the 10 days. Then would go into effect after that.
It has to be available for the public to see.
Right.
This is our balanced budget. We have to give them 10 days
Right.
to look at this.
Right. So we would present it at the meeting on the 1st. That night would be presented, and then 10 days out is when we have another meeting. Correct? That was the original plan for this budget originally, back in January or February. That's the schedule I was given.
As long as, I mean, if we have that 10 days in there, we could, in theory, have a balanced budget on June 1.
Mm-hmm.
Give the public 10 days to inspect the budget, to look at the budget. We couldn't make any more changes. And then on the 12th, we could adopt it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. As of right now, we got that meeting scheduled for the 14th.
So we
At
got
1
it for the
o'clock.
14th, and then can we schedule another one for the next week, the 21st? Billy, are you good on the 21st?
I can do Thursdays at any time.
Okay, so what if we did 1 o'clock on the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th? That gives us 3
21st
days.
is a Sunday. Oh, no, that's June.
May.
Okay, sorry.
May. Sorry, May.
Sorry.
14, 21, and 28.
Yeah.
Yeah, if needed. And
So
then if we don't
scratching the
need one, you
18th.
can change it, you know.
Well, the 18th Billy can't do, and Hot Dog can't do.
Yeah.
But Hot Dog's out that whole week.
14,
so we
21,
almost need to
28.
meet one.
I won't be here on that if y'all have that one on.
What time is the 21st?
1 o'clock. They're all at 1.
Okay. They're all at 1. Very good.
14, 21st. Does that work for everybody? Hot Dog, I know you're on vacation
Yeah,
that
that's
one
fine.
week.
That's fine.
You can watch us.
Y'all the voters, I can watch. Yeah.
You can give us your feedback. We'll read it.
Yeah.
And
All right.
that way
Anything
we've
else
gotten a
tonight?
meeting scheduled and we plug along. And
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn this meeting.
Have a second?
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion on the floor.
Yes.
You have a motion
I
on
have
the
a second. I have a second.
I'll second it.
All right. Discussion. Go ahead, sir.
The Wednesday before the next June meeting is the 27th, which is a Wednesday. Okay, and we've got a budget going on Thursday, but we did have the public session. They're going to be on Thursday, but there was a discussion of moving it back to Wednesday. I'm a little confused on whether it's Wednesday or Thursday. The public
The public
public
forum is
forum.
on Wednesday. as always. And then what we just discussed is May 28th at 1
Okay.
o'clock to have a budget meeting, if need be,
Public forum is at what time?
3:30.
Thank you. I just, calendar was
Motion
on.
seconds on the floor. Any more discussion? Not all in favor?
Aye.